Upon entering Bonbon Palace, the inhabitants of the flat on the right, like all family residences on the ground floor, complained about being in front of people's eyes too much. All day long, the residents of the building and their guests of all kinds, as well as the door-to-door salesman who always failed to read the written sign strictly forbidding their presence, could not help stealing a glance through the living room windows of flat number 4. With the snooping customers of the beauty parlor across from them added to all these people, the glances aimed at infiltrating the living room via its windows increased tenfold, as did the anxiety of those inside. Some of the families living on the ground floor might eventually get used to such traffic. There are even several among them who made the most of the situation of being continuously watched from the outside by continuously watching the outside in return, some sort of an eye for an eye policy. Perhaps it is not a coincidence that the most well-informed peeping toms of apartment buildings usually reside in flats at the entrance level, but the fire-natured sins were not of this type. They could neither tolerate being seen by those coming to the apartment nor intended to spy on them. In their view, the world outside their house was a boundless terrain of everlasting trepidation. In point of fact, when the surname law was promulgated in Turkey, if rather than letting each family make the choice, their characteristics were taken into account, the doorbell of flat number 4 would have read everlasting trepidation sins rather than fire-natured sins. All day long the wide windows of the flat were tightly covered with different yet similarly impenetrable armor, first with cambric, then a sunshade of white cotton calico when the sun was up. Once it started to get dark outside, the thick velvet curtains of the same ashen color as the apartment building were drawn all the way across. It was then that the living room windows of flat number 4 hid from and guarded against the eyes of the outside world, like a vigilant animal camouflaging itself in the color of the surrounding soil to avoid being noticed by its enemies. Still, even when all 3 drapes of cambric, sunshade and velvet curtains were fully drawn, there remained a sliver of light on the right. There at that corner sat 56-year-old Zia Fire-natured sins, who had planted himself at that spot ever since the day he was dismissed from the state waterworks for taking bribes. While reading the papers and watching television, drinking coffee and eating pumpkin dessert, he would occasionally peep from this sliver with great caution in case the surroundings with anxious and suspicious eyes, without quite knowing what to look for or why. At those rare moments when Zia Fire-natured sins got up from his sofa, the retired organic chemistry teacher, 55-year-old Sidar Fire-natured sins would replace him. She too would look out from the opening once in a while, but did so less to look outside than to check on the canary in its cage next to the window. The fact that this canary, unlike the preceding one, hadn't chirped even once, was a burning concern for Sidar Fire-natured sins. She kept saying she had to open the window for the canary to chirp but never found the courage to do so. The memory of that cursed morning when she found her first canary in its cage, covered with blood, was still too fresh in her mind. Though the criminals behind that deed had vanished when the wretched man called the cat Prophet had moved away from Bonbon Palace, taking all his stuff and entire tribe of cats with him, given all the street cats that roamed around wagging their tails, she worried to this day about the odds that her new canary would meet a similar end. She was particularly suspicious of that tar-colored, grim-faced giant of a cat, with fur so fluffy it seemed it had skinned and donned the furs of at least 4 cats. Actually, Sidar Fire-natured sins did not have the slightest interest in either canaries or any other bird of breed until Zechariah Fire-natured sins, 33 years old, broke his nose for the 4th time. A long time ago, when her son's nose was a pleasant protrusion on a soft cartilage that had not yet found Its form, life was so nice and uncomplicated. Then, as he stepped into adolescence, the gentle curves of his baby face were totally wiped away and his nose somehow underwent an unexpected change, first insolently growing longer and then curving down. All the meanwhile Fire Naturedsons had anxiously watched this transformation as if following the approach of a menacing stranger. She was very content with her own delicate nose. Her husband's, though it might not be regarded as beautiful, was at least well shaped. Given these facts, Fire Naturedsons felt the need to climb further up the family tree, as she firmly believed that all types of flaws in the world stemmed from the genes. In this vein, when she painfully realized that her son's nose had completed its transformation and would never again be as before, she started to search with a gene map in her hand to at least find out the person responsible for this mishap. Going back systematically step by step, concentrating more on her husband's lineage than hers, she first reviewed the relatives she knew, and when that did not turn anything up, combed through the old albums one at a time, only to return from her countless trips to the gene map empty-handed. With time, she gave up the search. Then Zechariah turned 14 and smashed his nose to pieces when he took wings with the speed of puberty and flew down a hill on his bicycle. Upon receiving the news, Fire Naturedsons felt a relief she could not confess to anyone, despite her hopes that this unfortunate accident would be a new beginning, setting straight not only her son's nose but also his behavior. Everything had got worse afterward, with surgery, the cursory performance of which was quickly revealed. The nose that was already rather ugly achieved a hopeless crookedness and stayed this way. Curiously, Zechariah's turn toward bent and twisted ways occurred around the same time. In the ensuing years, Fire Naturedsons would part at every opportunity from the straight and narrow road his mother had placed him on, plunging one by one into all the turns he could find and continuously losing his way until he finally emerged a total source of embarrassment and torment. The year he broke his nose, he started to steal money from his parents, at age 15 to dedicate his spare time to masturbation, at 16 to see school as an arena where he could trample on the weak, at 17 to smoke 2 packs of cigarettes a day, and at 18 decided to make it in the quickest way possible, thereby sticking the nose that increasingly irritated his mother into every kind of filth that he could sniff out. When the outcome of his second nose operation was even worse than the first, Fire Naturedsons worries about her son peaked to the highest point while her expectations plunged. With the strength Zechariah collected during convalescence, at 22, he got mixed up with various parking lot mafia. At 23 he became infatuated with a divorced bank clerk with 2 kids. At 24 he stabbed the bank security officer his former lover had sent after him and got arrested. At 26 he took a nasty revenge against life by breaking the nose of the president of the Association to Beautify Kuzgunk, who had started to organize the neighborhood inhabitants into a protest group against the construction of a parking lot in the back garden of an Ottoman mansion. At 27 he went into hiding from his family. Then, at 28, after the discovery of his hiding place, he was hurriedly married off to a relative's daughter the family elders had found suitable and produced a child that same year. Yet, according to the account of his willowy wife who often came round to the Fire Naturedsons' flat to complain in tears, marriage had not straightened out his habits one little bit. Not that he wandered around outside day and night like before, but he had turned instead into a highly irritable nervous wreck. At the end of one of these nervous breakdowns, he had roughed up an inexperienced woman driver who had bumped into his car at an orange traffic light, and after a terrible beating from the brawny husband the following day, had his nose rearranged once again. During this time, Zirin fire-natured sins had eagerly awaited the baby her daughter-in-law was pregnant with. For babies who are conceived when a conjugal relationship stumbles, coming to term while the marriage is still unable to get up from where it had fallen flat on its face, are like cement sacks, tiny cement sacks that plaster the visible cracks, keep the columns of the nest bound and fortify those marriages which are on the brink of collapse. When Zechariah's baby was born, like every cement sack, it too had a mission. A double one, to prevent the destruction of first his father's nose and then his marriage. It worked, at least for a while. Exactly 1 year and 5.5 months passed without any incidents. Then came the shocking news which shocked no one. While carrying the baby carriage around in the house, Zechariah had fallen down the landing of the stairs. Fully prepared to encounter the same scene for the 4th time, each more annoying but much less moving, Zirin fire-natured sins went to the hospital her daughter-in-law had named on the phone in between sobs. She angrily stormed into the room and looked in bewilderment at her son who stood in front of her in excellent condition. A nose had indeed been broken in the accident at the house, only this time not Zechariah's but that of the little one sleeping in the carriage sent down the landing. Upon detecting the bandages she had grown accustomed to seeing for years, right in the middle of her son's face, which she every time interpreted as a rebel flag waved against her rule, now being transferred to her grandchild's face, Zirin fire-natured sins was convinced that there had been a grave genetic transfer somewhere and this defect would never be corrected. There and then she gave up all hope about her son and his bloodline. The first thing she did when she returned to Bonbon Palace in hopelessness was to shut herself in her bedroom and reorganize the drawer of the chestnut wardrobe in which she had kept her son's baby belongings. After all, whenever we decide to no longer love someone, we must first work out what to do with the belongings we have of theirs. Yet since Zirin fire-natured sins could never and would not ever discard anything related to her family, the most severe course of action she could manifest was emptying out all her son's belongings to thoroughly examine each and every item before putting it away once again. As she went through the entire chestnut wardrobe, the culprit gene she had sought for years suddenly appeared inside an old etiquette book jammed behind one of the bottom drawers. A photograph had been wedged, who knows when and by whom, in the how. Does one talk to an unfamiliar lady in a train compartment section of the book that had an illustration on every page? The answer Zirin fire-natured sins was dying to find out was hidden in this faded photograph. For the 4th male brother of her husband's grandfather, the effeminate, coquettish, worthless one who had constantly relayed gossip from one person to another and been primarily responsible for so many family fights so as to be remembered by all as Hupu, also had a nose exactly like Zechariah's. In the photograph taken in his later years, Hupu Hamdi, with a fedora on his head, a rather long cigarette holder in his hand, and smoking a cigarette, while gazing dreamily into the distance over the shoulders of the family members, had given his profile to the camera as if to better highlight the ugliness of his nose. Zirin fire-natured sins was not interested in the fact that the family dictionary had made a basic mistake in that the bird called Hupu had never relayed gossip to anyone except when taking news from the Prophet Suleiman to Belkis. The only thing that interested her was the man carrying this nickname. It was a terrible injustice that her one and only son, her firstborn, had seized, rather than those of his own father and mother, the nose of a senile elderly man whom he had not once met in his life and who possessed the most despicable genes in the whole family. What was even more terrible was the link of her 1.5-year-old grandchild to the same genetic chain. With a sudden impulse, she upped and threw this ugly document and the etiquette book into the garbage. And in spite of the many complaints of the apartment administrator Hadji concerning the putting out of trash at inappropriate times and thus rendering the apartment's entrance an eyesore, she put the yellow garbage bag outside her front door. 5, 10, 13, exactly 17 minutes later, Zirin Fire-Naturedsons felt a deep remorse. Within a minute, it occurred to her that having until today carefully collected everything she had concerning her family, she should certainly have saved this old photograph regardless of its unpleasantness. When she reopened the door, however, the garbage bag had vanished. A story she had once heard from her mother suddenly came to mind. Her father and mother had placed the cat they had kept at home for years but no longer wanted into a sack, and had driven out as far as they could to leave the sack in some desolate field outside the city. Upon returning home at night, they had found the cat in front of the house indolently waiting for them. Now, as she looked at the empty space left by the garbage bag, Zirin Fire-Naturedsons caught the cold shudder her own mother had felt upon seeing that tabby in front of her. For the disappointment of seeing how something we thought we had gotten rid of has stuck to us, and the disappointment in observing how something we supposed we could get back anytime has slid away from our hands, are actually reminiscent of one another. Similar things had happened in this apartment building. Garbage bags were mysteriously taken away from doors before Miriam had a chance to collect them. Yet since those bags had been of little concern to Zirin Fire-Naturedsons, the riddle of who took them and with what purpose had never intrigued her. Now she wanted her garbage back. Suddenly in her mind's eye the lost garbage bag turned into a sealed letter, one that was so personal it should never be seen by strangers. Our garbage is private as long as it is still in front of our door, it belongs to us, is about us. The moment it ends up in the garbage can, it becomes anonymous. Those who make a living from garbage can stick their fingers into the cans in the middle of the street or in the garbage piles that rise up at certain corners or in the dumps near the city, but only when they dare to open or even worse kidnap the garbage in front of our door is it considered an invasion of privacy. In the following hour, Zirin ran up and down Bonbon Palace looking everywhere she could think of, getting suspicious of everyone. At one point, guessing that the garbage bags in front of each door could all end up in the same place like streams that all flow into the same river, she went outside and rummaged through the garbage pile accumulating by the garden wall, but the ground had split open and the yellow garbage bag tied with a bough had slid within. Since the janitors were away visiting their village, only one possibility remained, the beauty parlor across from them. Yet she returned from her exploratory visit there with her husband and daughters empty-handed and with shot nerves. As if it was not enough for the garbage bag to vanish with the photograph of Hupu Hamdi, she had received on top of it a bunch of insults from that shrew of a hairdresser Semel. It was some time after that incident that Zirin Fire-Naturedsons purchased a canary. Before the canary, however, there had been fish of all colors and sorts. Actually, Zirin Fire-Naturedsons hadn't the slightest interest in fish until the day when she finally accepted after many denials that her older daughter had neuropathy. She loved her older daughter. At one time she had loved her more than anything else. In the days when her son started to follow that crooked nose of his, she in turn had started to pour all her attention and love onto her older daughter. Back then, just as today, Zeynep Fire-Naturedsons, now 31, was far more active and outgoing than either of her siblings. At age 11, she wanted to be the principal at the school her mother worked at, a firefighter to spray all the water of the state waterworks where her father worked, bum around like her brother, crochet lace like her younger sister, and Become an actor like the father of her best friend at school, all at the same time. Little had changed at age 21. She still wanted to be more than the sum of everyone around her. Pulling the day apart into chunks of time and squeezing a separate occupation into each chunk, she had divided herself into many pieces, doing first one thing then another and, strangely enough, succeeding in most of them. Her intelligence was sharp enough to flatter her mother's genetic pride. Yet, she was just as unhappy. Whatever she possessed was far from being sufficient. In fact, nothing was sufficient. There was not a single thing in life that was complete. To her, completeness was just a hollow word in dictionaries. There was no sea, for instance, even within one sea, there were an infinite number of seas, each one trying to flow in another direction. The height and frequency of the waves we saw reaching the shore was what remained of intersea wars. They arrived only to be decimated bubble by bubble, particle by particle. Likewise, there was no Istanbul. There were tens, hundreds, thousands, millions of groups, communities and societies. The pluses took away the minuses, opposite winds prevented each other's drift, and because no one group was strong enough to dominate another, the city managed in the end to preserve itself, though it could not help being constantly diminished in the process. Just like the waves, Istanbul was what remained from the total, from what the rats nibbled on, the seagulls picked to shreds, the inhabitants shed, the cars wore out, the boats carried, the very first air breathed in by all. God knows how many babies born every hour, the remnants scattered and shattered, always lacking, never to be completed. Zeynep Fire-Naturedsons was 22 when she had her first breakdown. Surin Fire-Naturedsons was not at all affected by what the physician said, as she took neither the physician nor his words seriously. There was no leaf on any branch of the family tree where one would come across such a disease. The mind of even the darkest blot, Hupu Hamdi, was in excellent condition. That aside, her older daughter was the smartest, brightest one among her 3 children. The crisis she went through could be nothing more than late puberty despair. Zeynep Fire-Naturedson's quick recovery convinced her mother further that she had been right. Yet, as it soon became evident, this recovery was not permanent but temporary. From then on, life for the older daughter of the Fire-Naturedsons would be divided into 2 seasons. When she was sick, it was as if she would never recover from her illness, yet when she was well, it seemed as if she would never be ill again. There was no middle ground. No one could tell when she would make the transition from one state to the other. The most evident difference between the 2 states was her reaction to bad news. When sick, she would only be interested in certain items of news. Like a colorblind person only notices certain colors, and she would read the newspapers for this type of news. Street children who got high on paint thinners, honor crimes, suicides, women forced into prostitution, suicide bombers, babies kidnapped from hospitals, youths taking overdoses, all sorts of tragic occurrences. In addition to the papers, she also carefully searched through the community news, uncovered sewer pits, burst water pipes, uncollected garbage, closed roads, ferocious pickpockets, pastry shops sealed up for filth, butchers selling horse meat, grocers marketing contraband, detergent, parking lot gangs, old wooden houses mysteriously destroyed by fire, gas explosions, gas leaks. Unsatisfied with simply following this maddening news, Zeynep Fire-Naturedsons loved to relate in fullest detail each and every item to whomever she came across. Since she did not come across many people, as she spent most of her time at home with her mother, she recounted the same stories over and over to the latter. When she was. Well, however, she skipped the amply illustrated news of doom. She was. Subsequently, the only one among the fire-natured sons who read the newspapers consistently. Whenever the excited voice of her older daughter talking about catastrophes grated on her nerves, Syrian fire-natured sons listened to the peaceful bubbling sound of the aquarium she had filled with colorful fish and phosphorescent accessories. Before the fish, however, there had been decorative plants of all kinds. At 23, Zelish fire-natured sons was neither a bum like her brother nor as intelligent as her sister. Actually, just as one could not say that. Since childhood she had looked like the other members of her family, neither could it be said that she was like them in type or disposition, and this difference became most striking when compared to her sister. Like a bulky, plump mushroom somehow grown next to a wild, rough plant with flowers that soothed the eye, and inured to the plant so as to suck all its sun and water, Zelish had attached herself to her sister, perching on a corner of her life. She was mediocre and hesitant, lazy and inadequate. It was as if seeing her sister incessantly swing between two poles, intelligent and attractive at times, nutty and weepy at others, had confused her so badly that she had decided instead to stop somewhere in between, at a secure threshold. While her brother craved to be something, her sister to be everything, she for years had only wanted not to be. Among the fire-natured sons, Zelish was the one least resistant to anxiety. For other family members, anxiety consisted of a menace coming from the outside. Even though its causes varied, the address remained constant and the world remained outside the thick, velvet, ashen curtains. Where that world was involved, each had their own concerns. Zia fire-natured sons was most apprehensive that the bribery trial would reopen to lead to his imprisonment, followed by his appearing in all the newspapers and becoming the talk of the town. The major anxiety of Syrian fire-natured sons was her children, and after that came, in the following order, the growth of Islamic fundamentalism, being attacked by pickpockets on the streets, and another earthquake in Istanbul. For his part, Zechariah fire-natured sons mostly feared failing in bed, being powerless in life, the people to whom he had gambling debts, and finally, fear itself. As for Zainab fire-natured sons, she was a pendulum that carelessly swung between fountains of apprehensiveness, anxiety, fear, and fearless, carefree, untroubled seas. Yet for Zelish fire-natured sons, anxiety was something abstract. It was everywhere, like air, and almost as intangible, with causes far harder to identify than the reopening of a bribery case, being nailed because of a gambling debt, or the coming to power of fundamentalists. To start with, anxiety was not external to a person but rather the very fauna in which he lived. For fear and anxiety and worry are nourished by the horror of the probability that everything could turn out to be different. Here are your house, friends, body, family, these are yours, but unfortunately they could all be taken away from you one day. As for apprehension, that is fed by the horror of the probability that nothing could be any other way. Here are your house, friends, body, family. These are yours, and unfortunately could always remain the same. When she was in middle school, Zelish had been to her friends' houses a few times. These visits, which gave her the opportunity to see up-close mothers, fathers, and families not at all like her own, were a turning point for her, as until then she had thought mother, father, and family meant basically a carbon copy of the one she had. The embarrassment she felt about her family grew over the years in folds like the interest rate of a slyly increasing fine. The hesitant syllables of the stuttering physicist in the schoolroom rang in The ears of zealish fire-natured sins, LLL let us AAA attach 2 cups that bobbeth have equal amounts of LLL liquid with the SSS same density and at the SSS same level. LLL let us WWW wait for LLL liquid to transfer from one TTT to the other. Having said this, he then added, AAA Twilly let us not wait in vain. DDD don't forget kids, AAA always from high to low and more to less. Otherwise, NNN no transfer occurs between things that are at the SSS same level. If that be the case, Zealish thought, the apprehension levels of both her house and the world outside of Bonbon Palace were one and the same. This made it impossible for her to muster the courage to escape from flat number 4 never to return. She had made numerous plans until now. However, since these had been plans to leave rather than to escape, she still had no idea about where to go and what to do if and when she left the house. Anyhow, Siren Fire-Natured Sins expected little from her younger daughter, whose only distinctive characteristic as far as she could determine was to faint on the spot when she saw blood or anything that reminded her of it. She compensated for the lack of the daughter she would like to have with decorative plants. The only problem was that they demanded far more sun than the rays that barely penetrated the curtains could provide. As the curtains of flat number 4 blocked off the sun's rays, these decorative plants withered away one by one just like the glances of strangers. The fish in the aquarium also suffered huge losses over time. The canary was massacred by the tribe of the Prophet of Cats. Although there was a new canary in the same cage now, for some inexplicable reason, it had not chirped even once. Flat number 3, hairdressers Semel and Seelal. Upon seeing their all-time favorite subject of gossip walk in, the people in the beauty parlor had plunged into the uneasy silence that is typical of those caught in the act. Encountering right in front of your eyes the person you were ruthlessly gossiping about a minute previously might lead you to suspect something mysterious is going on. Likewise, it seemed to the people inside as if Hygiene Taijin had heard the mention of her name from the spirit world. Still, the reason for the nervousness they felt in front of her did not solely stem from their inability to figure out how to straighten the facial expressions they had so carelessly slackened while gossiping. They were equally bewildered at seeing a person who had not stepped out of her house for months now, visiting a place that was probably one of the last locations on her list of potential places to stop by if and when the time is ripe enough to step out one day. The first to shake off this immobility was Semel. He headed towards the door, saying in an almost merry voice, "Welcome, come on in, Mrs. Taijin," without even noticing how impolite it was for him to address by name someone he had not once before met. Such are the side effects of gossip addiction. If you wag your tongue too much and too often about someone, you may well start to believe that you have known them personally for quite some time. Had Semel's intimacy been reciprocated even the tiniest bit, he might have gotten so carried away with this delusion that he could have even reproached Hygiene Taijin, as he did to his regular customers, for not coming more often, but that did not happen, giving him a once-over from top to toe with a coldness that revealed she was not at all thrilled with this greeting. The woman facing him turned her head without saying anything and started to scrutinize everything. Her eyes got stuck one by one on the shorn hair on the ground waiting to be swept away, the threadbare towels that had lost their color from frequent washing, the stains on the leopard-patterned plastic smocks tied to the necks of the customers, the thin crack on the wall-to-wall mirror, the dead mosquitoes lying around the edge of the counter. Adjacent to the mirror, the dust on the shelf lined up with boxes of the same brand hair gel, hair foam and brilliantine, hairballs jammed in the hair brushes, the filling that was sticking out of the tiers on the chairs, the shabbiness of the furniture and the bubbly water with doubtful contents on the 3-layered manicure cart. The dissatisfaction she felt at what she saw was so deep, and her desire to immediately leave the premises so evident, that Simul, who felt both the place he worked in and himself demeaned, swallowed back all the cries of greeting that were on the tip of his tongue, and was reduced to silence. However, Hadji did not, as Simul had feared, turn her back and run away. After standing stock still for a few seconds, unable to move, as if nailed to the spot, she cut her scrutiny halfway along so as not have to witness any further the hideous and slovenly world surrounding her, and slid her looks outside the open window. There she saw her cleaning lady, who had come down to the garden to collect the clothes. The woman, whose displeasure at being forced to collect so many clothes so meaninglessly thrown down could be read from her bleary eyes, had seen her at the same moment. Her nerves shot from cleaning all day long. She was so tired that she did not even have the energy to wonder what Taijin was doing down here. Leaving the laundry basket heaped up with clothes on the ground, and with her elfin body remaining out in the garden, she slipped her head, covered with a mildewed lemon headscarf, inside the window of the beauty parlor, and murmured in a deadbeat voice, "I'm going, Mrs. Taijin, I've got a family to look after." But even she had trouble making a connection between the situation and the words that had left her mouth, for she felt the need to add some sort of an explanation. "This is the last basket, I gathered them all. I'll take it up right now and leave it in the house. I've already been up and down 5 times. Don't wait for me on Thursday. This neighborhood is out of the way for me anyhow." Slightly crossing her eyebrows, Taijin gave a silent nod of approval. Even though her turbid facial expression did not reveal what she was thinking, the distress she felt at being here among people she did not know was too evident. She remained standing like that until Silo, eager to save her from this torture, drew near to mend the bridge his twin had tried to build but had smashed up instead, and asked in a reassuring voice what she wanted done to her hair. It was then that Taijin turned to Silo, redirecting her glance from the space now vacated by the cleaning lady, and muttered, "Not me, my daughter." Next, as if to make her point clear, she slowly drew aside. Only then did those in the beauty parlor notice the little girl with curly ebony hair and exceptionally white skin, in contrast, with large eyes tinged with no other color but black. Her hair was wet, with drops that flowed down from the zigzags of her hair to leave shallow puddles at shoulder level. She looked as if she had been caught on the way over in one of those drizzly summer showers. While Silo was busy taking his young customer to the seat in front of the mirror, Simul, resignedly enduring the treatment he had been subjected to by the child's mother, invited her to one of the sofas on the side. Taijin did not sit down right away. For a few seconds she remained standing, stuck in her uneasiness. She then gave up and half-heartedly perched on the closest sofa she had been directed to, when the manicurist, whose habit it was to ask every customer if they wanted a manicure within 30 seconds of their entering the parlor, suddenly appeared at her side. Taijin was sitting still, her gaze fixed on a stain on the floor, her mind floating elsewhere. The moment she heard the question directed at her, however, she withdrew her hands in disgust, as if touched by an invisible rat, and hid them behind her. Utterly unprepared for such a brusque reaction, the manicurist returned to her seat, flabbergasted. But as soon as she sat down, a gnawing suspicion crossed her mind. Could she have called her Mrs. Hygiene instead of Mrs. Taijin? Could that be why the woman's face had soured all of a sudden? Thinking in this vein, it would not take the manicurist long to be convinced of having made a blunder. After all, the mind has a proclivity to pessimism. Whenever it wavers between two contradictory options, it tends toward the negative one. For a moment the manicurist thought she should go back and apologize, but the only thing she ended up doing was cowering uneasily behind the manicure cart and secretly glancing around to figure out if anyone else had heard her blunder. In the meanwhile, Sue, placed by Cecil in front of the mirror right next to the old woman, kept rotating her chair to observe her surroundings with a genuine curiosity brought about by being at the beauty parlor for the first time. Unfortunately, she had to cut her studies short since wherever she turned, she would encounter female eyes staring at her and rouged lips talking about her. The only person in this strange place who did not inspect her with such a sticky stare, thought Sue, was the old woman sitting by her side. She knew her. She was their next-door neighbor whom she ran into from time to time and who was always so nice to her. Now, with her tiny, overly made-up face sticking out of the plastic smock covering her entire upper body all the way to her neck, the old woman looked like a bust placed askew on its base, impishly painted in all colors. Noticing the girl's gaze on her, Madame Auntie turned aside and gave her a smile. It seemed as if she was on the verge of saying something, but Cecil appeared right at that instant with a rectangular wooden plank. Whenever a child came to the beauty parlor, the twins placed this plank on top of the arms of the chairs to extend the height of the small customer. However, as soon as Sue had fathomed Cecil's intention, she fervently shook her head from side to side, glancing all the while at the old woman. "But I am taller than her," she finally protested in a piercing voice. "Why doesn't she sit on the plank too?" The objection was more than enough to leave Cecil, who had never been much of a speechmaker anyway, speechless. On seeing that, in response to the girl's outrageous remark, Madame Auntie was so far from being offended that she was actually laughing. He handed the plank back to the apprentice without pimples. Right afterward, however, as if having sensed a secret wisdom in the child's words, he carefully observed through the mirror the reflections of his two unusual customers, sitting there side by side in front of the wide and long mirror with leopard pattern smocks around their necks. They were startlingly alike. In point of fact, they stood on two opposite poles of time. One was 11, the other 78, and yet both existed somewhere on the borderland of the human lifespan. Sue was mistaken. She was no taller than the old woman. Actually, they were exactly the same height, and maybe even the same weight. Uncanny as it was, that the frame an old person kept shrinking into would equal the frame a child had been growing into. They were like two elevators having fleetingly stopped at the same level, while one was on the way up and the other down. After a second, an hour, a month, one of them would inevitably grow taller than they were at the moment, while the other would move correspondingly in the other direction. And no longer would they be alike. It was extraordinary that they had found each other, thought Cecil, at this point of ephemeral equality. Once he had found a resemblance between the old woman and the girl, it would not take Cecil long to duplicate his love for the former by carving out a similar affection for the latter. That is precisely why he personally undertook not only the preparation of the girl's hair for trimming but also the trimming itself. He let loose the thick, curly, ebony hair tied up haphazardly by a resin ribbon and brushed with care the strands that still had water dripping off them. In the meantime, he had not neglected to ask the child her name, for whenever adults embark on a communication with a child, the very first thing that occurs to them is to ask their name and then immediately afterward to praise it. "What a beautiful name you've got." Cecil beamed, but Sue paid hardly any attention to his comment, having now plunged into an id-filled woman's journal with wild hairstyles on every page. She would have remained glued to the journal for quite some time had it not been for her mother's blood-curdling scream. Just as dogs approach those most scared of them, or as the hair falls in the soup of the one person at a dining table who will be most disgusted by it, so the cockroach Semel had long lost track of had decided to enter none other than Hygiene Tijan's field of vision. The apprentice without pimples, determined to grovel to the bosses, immediately intervened. The bug was transformed under his shoe into a compressed residue of revulsion. "These bugs have taken over everywhere," Cecil stammered, not knowing quite what to say next. Recently, he had been seeing creepy bugs around that he could not recognize at all. It was as if the variety of different breeds had increased along with their numbers. Some left a nasty smell when crushed. The apprentice ran to get the room spray. "You need not wait, Mrs. Tijan," wheedled Madame Auntie, detecting the horror that had appeared on the latter's face. "Don't worry about your daughter. We'll come upstairs together." Hygiene Tijan was so desperate that she did not even wait for the offer to be repeated. In 2 seconds flat, she jumped over the corpse of the cockroach, left the price of the haircut on the register, and reached the door. Before going out, she stopped for a brief moment to wave at the old woman with appreciation and at her daughter with affection. As soon as she left, the manicurist, having sat stiff as a poker for longer than she could tolerate, jumped to her feet. "The lady couldn't stand it," she bellowed, twisting her face into a sour expression. "I bet she couldn't drink the coffee because she found it dirty. She must have disliked not smelling any bleach in it." The plump gingerhead and the blonde with the cast eye jumped into the tittle-tattle. Semel turned up the volume of the TV when he saw the video clip he had been awaiting for days finally being broadcast. Another round of tea was served to all customers, cigarettes were lit one by one, and with amazing speed the beauty parlor became immersed in its usual languor. Having now gotten rid of the guilt of being obligated to look the woman who was an all-time favorite topic of gossip in the eye, they had no difficulty in going back to where they had left off. This can be called the full-speed, full-throttle return of the repressed. Just as nature detests emptiness, so too does the gossip machine crave the completion of the missing pieces. The fact that there was now a child among them did not stop the gossip mongers in the beauty parlor, nor did the fact that the child belonged to the person they were lavishly criticizing behind her back. For when women start gossiping, not for the simple sake of chewing the fat, but authentically, unreservedly, and with all their heart, they tend to deem either their voices inaudible or their children deaf. As for Sue, it was hard to tell if she was aware of the innuendos revolving around her mother's persona, since she kept hiding behind that gaudy journal. On the page in front of her eyes stood the picture of a woman of mixed race, who was naked from waist up and with her very short hair spiked and colored in different phosphorescent hues. "Do you like it?" asked Cecil, upset about the talks and worried about the child. "We can do your hair like that if you want. It would be a great hit at school." "No," griped Sue, sullen-faced. "My hair has to be shorter than that." "Come on, you don't have to have it so short. Let it grow a bit," Cecil objected. Finally lifting her head from the journal, Sue gave him an appraising look. An infinitesimal light furtively flickered and then faded inside the dark well of her eyes. "No. Then my lice won't go away," she protested, almost shouting. The jittery brunette, all her permanent wave rollers just removed, raised an eyebrow at the blonde with the cast eye. However, realizing she had an audience only goaded Sue to increase her voice. "The teacher called me at school. She had written a slip "Take this, make sure your mother reads it," she said. Then they sent me home. My mother was very upset when she read it. She said I had lice. We went into the bathroom and washed it with medicine. We went through 2 shampoos. "You stay here," she said. I sat in the tub. Then she took off my clothes from the closet. She threw all of them out the window. She threw the sheets too, and my backpack, she threw that as well. "We didn't see a backpack," the manicurist broodingly grumbled, with the discontent of someone who right after leaving the movie theater learns that she has missed the most significant scene of the film. "You probably picked them up at school." "It happens all the time," Cecil said, trying to dismiss the matter lightly. "I didn't pick them up at school," Sue shrugged her shoulders. "Besides, there's no one at school with lice except me." The women looked at one another with meaningful smiles. It was scarcely news to them that Hygiene Taijin had adamantly sent her daughter to a high-priced school no one else could afford and, by spending all their money to this purpose, had totally wrecked not only her husband's nerves but also the foundations of her marriage. "No one in the classroom has lice but me. Now it'll spread from my head to the whole school," giggled the girl. There was a shadowy, blemished tinge to her laughter. It was blemished because it was a laughter oblivious to the reactions of the people around her, originating in her alone to then flow once again back to her, not knowing where and when to stop, and perhaps only indicating a starvation for entertainment. It was shadowed because it was a laughter accelerating at full speed as Sue egged herself on, getting out of control as it gained momentum, bordering silently on pain. Her laughter was inconsistent and maladjusted, totally detached from the contents of her talk. It was too unwieldy, too heavy, too much for a child her age. "My mother says the lice came from my father. He got it from his hookers. And then when he cuddled me, I got it from him." As if all the windows had been simultaneously opened wide and an unbridled wind rammed in, the women lined up in front of the wide mirror shuddered from top to toe. For it is awesome to hear the most private family secrets spill from the mouth of a child, pretty much like reaping the fruits of your neighbor's garden without actually stealing them. Though there might be a crime, there is no criminal around. Since when is it considered a crime to softly pull aside and make way for the muddy waters that will flow anyhow? Likewise, the beauty parlor populace had backed aside, becoming entirely silent so as to let the child speak fully and freely. They writhed impatiently to hear more, as much as possible, without getting involved, mixed up or messed up. Even Seymour, despite his long-established inability to stay still for more than 2 seconds and his tendency to poke his nose into each and every conversation around him, managed to keep utterly quiet. Only Madame Auntie felt the need to take action to end this unpleasant topic, but since she could not quite figure out what to say, all she did was to warn Cecil to finish his job as quickly as possible and then shrank back into her chair to stay stock still. Lost in her thoughts, she pulled out the pendant inside her blouse and distractedly caressed the stern face of Saint Seraphim. Sue twirled her chair around in a full circle and, as if to determine the impact of her words, took stock of everyone's faces. When she completed the circle and returned to her former position, her pitch-black eyes met in the mirror the navy blue-gray eyes of the old woman, which were glittering like a bead. As Madame Auntie delicately let out from her small, sharp nose the air she had drawn in with melancholy, she smiled with an embarrassment that contained an apology somewhere within. It was difficult to tell if she was apologizing to certain people present on behalf of the child for what she had told, or, just the opposite, if she apologized to the child for the curious listeners surrounding her. Though unable to decipher the meaning of this nebulous smile, Sue could not help but smile back at her. Having now speeded up, Cecil called both apprentices to his side for help. Within a few minutes, all three resumed work with apparent intensity and blow-dried the hair of both the old woman and the little girl. By having his two apprentices hold two oval mirrors to their necks, he enabled them to see how their hair looked from the back. Thus besieged with mirrors from both the front and back, the images of the child and the old woman multiplied, while their similarities concomitantly increased and coalesced. Yet when they said goodbye to Cecil, who saw them off all the way to the door and started to climb the stairs of Bonbon Palace, the age difference between them became woefully apparent. The child stopped frequently to wait for the other, sometimes descending the stairs to accompany her up. When they reached the third floor in this manner, Madame Auntie stopped to catch her breath. As Sue leaned against the door standing on one leg as if she were punished, she used this opportunity to share more with her new elderly friend that she had started to relax with. 3 girls in the class, they nicknamed me. Those name stickers on the notebooks, you know, they wrote Lysisu in capital letters on mine. My real name is Benjisu, I just shorten it. You know, I too had lice when I was a little girl, muttered Madame Auntie, in spite of her discomfort about the girls' laughter. Really? Did they nickname you as well? Said Sue, while trying to figure out who the red-bearded, frowning grandfather dangling from her necklace was. No, they didn't nickname me. We had a washerwoman, she used to line all her children up and split their lice. She picked all my lice as well. My poor mother had a fit. She was a delicate woman, couldn't handle such things. That was the way she was brought up. What could she do? If a rose in the garden withered, she would take to her bed with grief. If she saw a dead rat, she could not recover for days. I guess she was born in the wrong age. The woman's navy blue-gray eyes became lusterless, if only for a moment. With the intuition unique to those who have long prohibited themselves from remembering specific events and mentioning certain names, she sensed she was about to enter the forbidden garden of her memory and withdrew immediately. As if sharing a secret, she teasingly winked at the child whose head appeared even smaller after her haircut. Don't pay attention to their calling you Lysisu or anything else. Everyone gets lice as a child, and not only as a child. People get lice when they grow up as well. How can you know who has lice and who does not? Can you see lice with the naked eye? Everyone claims to be clean as a whistle, but believe me, they too have lice somewhere in them. More convinced of the good intention behind the words than the words themselves, Sue ran to ring her doorbell as soon as they reached the 4th floor. I'm back, she yelled when the door opened. Though Hygiene Taijin looked worried that they were late, she seemed to have cleared away her earlier anxiety as she thanked her neighbor. It looks good, both short and very chic, responded Madame Auntie. Then they looked at one another, with the stress of feeling obliged to say a few more things but not quite knowing what those could be. I would have invited you in, but the cleaning is still not finished. Everything was interrupted when the cleaning lady took off, stuttered Hygiene Taijin. The stressed, skittish woman at the beauty parlor seemed to have disappeared, leaving a timid, reticent copy in her place. Of course, go ahead with your cleaning, but don't tire yourself out too much. You were exhausted today, lie down and rest a little. Anyhow, I have things to do. They had never visited each other's houses until then. They sometimes ran into each other at the door and exchanged a few courtesies. "How can I possibly sleep?" Taijin broke in. "I get headaches from this disgusting smell. My husband says I exaggerate. Do you think I do? You too get the same smell, don't you? Tell me, Madam Auntie, do you get the garbage smell?" An indiscernible shadow crossed Madam Auntie's face. When she started to speak again, her voice was rough and rugged, just like her faded hands, with the protruding veins. "Years ago my brother traveled to Cairo. He said one heard a hum as soon as one got off the plane. The hum of Cairo. Yet the airport was quite a way from the city. It turns out a city spreads its hum for miles. Just think what kind of a city it must be, what kinds of people must live in it for them to overflow like that. Isn't our Istanbul like that, Mrs. Taijin? Though Cairo hums, Istanbul smells. Strangers are aware of its smell before they even approach the city. We can't smell it, of course. They say a snake likes milk, eh? Lawton finds milk through its sense of smell, but could it detect the smell of milk if it swam in the milk cauldron? Probably the Cairene wouldn't hear the hum, and the Istanbulite couldn't spot the smell of his or her own cities, and these are such old cities. When I was young, I didn't know Istanbul was so old. Naturally, as it ages, the garbage increases. I no longer get angry. Neither should you be angry, Mrs. Taijin. Not knowing what to say, Hygiene Taijin emptily blinked the round, long, eyelashed ebony eyes she had passed on to her daughter. Another prickly silence descended upon the two women. Such intermittently scattered silences are refrains in the conversations of those who are not used to talking to one another. They repeat themselves with set interludes. They uttered a few more words about garbage, a few more words about various other things, and wished each other a nice day. The doors were carefully closed, with special attention being paid to not banging them loudly, but the women did not immediately get back to their own tasks. Both stood without a sound for about 10 seconds, becoming all ears to try to figure out from the noises what the other one was up to. No matter how hard they tried, however, neither could hear a thing. Flat number 5, Hadji and his son, daughter-in-law and grandchildren. Once upon a time there lived a much venerated saint. But you said it was gonna be a real story this time, yelled the 7-and-a-half-year-old. Why did you start it again like a fairy tale? Hadji pouted at the boy in anguish. Among his 3 grandchildren, it was this child who upset him most, upset him like no other. He was not human, this boy, but a genie disguised as human, or even worse, the mixed offspring of a genie and a human being. That was why he had turned out to be so peculiar, with a head like a demijohn. But the moment the old man caught himself thinking of such things, he felt ashamed. He immediately repented and shooed such wicked thoughts away. Repentance had with time produced some sort of a spontaneous effect on him. Whenever ashamed, he would immediately repent, like a muscle spasm, with an urge almost as uncontrollable. He did so again, 3 times successively. First he repented for attempting to grasp and even question with his limited mind why Allah had created people as he had. After that he repented for having indirectly and inadvertently mistrusted his daughter-in-law's chastity by tracing the bloodline of his grandson to the genie. Finally, he repented for having such dreadful thoughts about a little sick child. This last one, however, he had uttered out loud. The 7-and-a-half-year-old narrowed his moss-green eyes. into a line and, as if he had understood something had been said about him, observed the old man even more carefully. Hadji hastily averted his eyes. Even if not a genie, who could deny that this child was jinn-like? Allah had conferred to his siblings all the beauty he had withheld from him, but then, to ensure justice, had bestowed upon him far more intelligence than his siblings, actually even more than the entire family line. What was he going to be like when he grew up? Not only his body, but the disproportion between his head and his body grew day by day. How much bigger could his head expand than the 1.5 times its normal size it had already grown to? His hands could not bend back but twisted inside like a monkey's. How much longer could he live with these clawed hands and with the Marutaux syndrome that no one in the family had even been able to correctly pronounce? Suddenly feeling a tug at his heartstrings, he forced his face into a smile. "This isn't a fairy tale, it's the plain truth," he said with a gentle expression. "The saint lived a very long time ago, that's why it came out of my mouth sounding like a fairy tale. These things really happened. He even has a tomb. If you don't believe me, you can go and see it with your own eyes." The moment he said this, he recognized what a gaffe he had made. His oldest grandchild could no longer leave the house. It was to his best interest that he did not. Unlike his peers and siblings, the boy's entire world consisted of this 105-meter-square house. With a compassion rolled up in mercy, the old man patted the child's puny back. This great saint, before he was a saint, used to be a dervish. When His Excellency Sultan Muhammet the Conqueror besieged the city of Istanbul, he immediately ran to help. They beat the city walls with cannons. They fought for days but weren't able to get the Byzantine infidel to surrender. Then our dervish had an audience with the Sultan. He said, "My Sultan, give me permission to open a big breach in these walls so our soldiers can get in from that gap and snap off the infidel's neck like that of a chicken." The Sultan looked at the ordinary, ragged dervish standing in front of him. What could such a meek man accomplish? He didn't believe him and expelled him from his audience. Weeks passed by and they still weren't able to take Istanbul. The great Ottoman army was exhausted from thirst and fatigue. Then the Sultan remembered this dervish and beckoned him back to his presence. "Here is your permission, go ahead," he said. The delighted dervish kissed His Excellency Sultan Muhammed the Conqueror's hand and sleeve. He said his goodbyes to all the other dervishes. Then he walked around the city walls to think about which point of attack to pick and finally decided on one particular spot. The walls were thicker there and there were more soldiers to boot. For behind that wall was the palace of the Byzantine king. Then the dervish said, "Now throw me to those walls." They were of course surprised, but still carried out his wish. They put the dervish in the cannon and hurled him. "Come on." "They killed the man," exclaimed the 7.5-year-old. "No, they didn't. He is not like you and I, he didn't become a saint for nothing." Hadji softened his voice for the sake of all he had repented a moment ago. They threw the dervish. With that speed, he went and attached himself to the walls. He didn't fall, that is. He opened wide his hands and feet and grabbed onto those thick walls like a spider. The Byzantine soldiers were teeming like ants there. When they saw the dervish, they threw poisoned arrows. Not one of them fell on the target. Next they showered flaming arrows. Wherever the arrows fell, fire erupted. They set the grass on Fire burned the trees, the whole place was in flames like doomsday, but nothing happened to the dervish. Not even a single thread of his hair caught on fire. He stood in the flames like a salamander. From afar he looked and smiled on the conqueror's soldiers. There he prayed until night fell, performing the ablutions at sunset. If he's glued to the wall, how could he perform the ablutions? Hollered the 7.5-year-old in a shrill voice. He performed them with his eyes, replied the Hadji now staring angrily. Your deceased grandmother, may she rest in peace, also performed her ablutions with her eyes. Those who can't bend down and up do so. Then, when the dervish finished his ablutions, he said, My Allah, take my life and turn me into a void. Allah accepted his prayer and lightning struck in the sky. Remember how the arrows of the Byzantines had been showered right onto him from up close, and not even one had found its target? But now a faraway lightning came from the seventh heaven and hit him right on target. The dervish turned into ash. Then, where he had clung to the wall, a large hole appeared. The conqueror's fighters could not believe their eyes. The hole they could not open for days was all of a sudden created thanks to the dervish. They immediately plunged in through that hole, put the commander of the infidels to the sword and took the city. When His Excellency Sultan Muhammed the Conqueror settled in Istanbul, he didn't forget the self-sacrifice of this dervish. He wanted to have a tomb built for him. Yet the dervish didn't have a corpse. If there is no corpse, how could there be a grave? What shall we bury? Grumbled the soldiers. The 5.5-year-old, who was accustomed to suck till the last drop, the privileges granted to her for being the only girl and the youngest child, looked at her grandfather with eyes glazed in fear. In her ornate grammar bag, where she put the new words she learned every day, she collected some other words in a place separate from the others, in a wallet with snaps. For instance, spirit, doomsday, or ghost, likewise, demon, devil, deceased, ogre or hellhound. She rolled in her little fingers the word salamander she had just heard and placed it there as well. All these words had one meaning for her, jinn. As for what the jinn was, she did not fully know, but whenever she felt the need to know, she plunged her hand into the wallet with snaps, inside her smart ornate bag, randomly pulling out a word. Hence, somewhere in the recesses of her mind, the indistinct figure of a jinn that had so many different names, though it did not exist, transparent like the gossamer wings of a fly, was nourished from all sides and constantly grew fatter, spreading every passing day like a shameless smokescreen to cover in ever larger terrain. They performed ablutions for him in absentia, and then they took the empty coffin onto their shoulders, continued Hadji after taking a small break to sip on his tea. They started to walk, but where were they to go? They could never decide where to bury him. However, at this point the coffin suddenly took wings. It started to move by itself, right in front of them. They crossed many rivers and hills, coffin in the front, mourners in the back, up and down 6 of the 7 hills of Istanbul. When they came to the 7th hill, they looked and saw in a distance an empty grave, a grave dug deep and left open. The coffin immediately dashed in that direction, started to descend right onto the top of the grave and remained hanging in the air until one hand spanned from the bottom. Then a howling was heard from the grave. The 5.5-year-old gulped loudly, but deep in his trance, Hadji did not notice that detail. Whatever attention he had left he reserved for his oldest grandchild. They then lowered the coffin into this empty grave. After that they built a tomb over it. The saint's name became Father Void. The passers-by always recited a prayer for his soul. But the man isn't even there. Don't they know the grave is empty? Who are they praying to? Women who can't have children pay a visit to Father Void, muttered Hadji pretending not to hear the question. If brides with empty wombs go to Father Void, pray, and then sit alone by his tomb all night long without falling asleep, their prayers will be granted at dawn. They'll give birth to a healthy child within a year. All three children reacted in their own way to these words. The 5 and a half-year-old reopened her wallet of snaps, gingerly placing Void among the words that corresponded to Jinn. The 6-and-a-half-year-old, who was particularly interested in all topics that could somehow be associated with sexuality, seemed more concerned with the bride's part than the saint's. As for the 7-and-a-half-year-old, he in turn had questions to articulate, objections to raise. Still, however, he did not say a word. It was time for the noon nap, and that, the kid reckoned, was far more imperative than identifying the numerous mistakes in the rationale operating behind his grandfather's tales. Around these hours of the afternoon, time in flat number 5 gradually slowed down. The same things were always repeated every day in the same order. Early in the morning their mother went to work and their father to look for work. When left alone with their grandfather, every weekday morning, without fail, an argument broke out among them regarding the television. Hadji would rather not have the children watch much television, but, if they did, preferred it to be one of those insipid children's programs or, even better, the cartoons that were simultaneously broadcast on a couple of channels. The kids, however, had a different choice, insisting on watching the morning program hosted by a chatty and flirtatious person who wore outfits that, depending on the day, either left bare the red rosebud tattoo on her belly or the cleavage of her breasts. When their request was not granted, they either took out the battle axe and went on the attack or became fussy and refused to talk to their grandfather. Hadji's reaction also varied daily. Now and then he put up with the situation, and while the children watched the program, he kept reading one of the 4 books he owned, a number which had remained the same over the years. At times he got hold of the remote control and, in spite of all the objections buzzing around him, fixed the screen on the first cartoon he could find. On other occasions, he tried to draw his grandchildren's attention away from the screen and wore out his imagination by concocting various games, each more strained than the other. Whatever he did, however, he could not wrest power away from them, especially not from his oldest grandchild, until noon. After that things got worse for the old man, for they would, just like they had been doing every weekday for the last 2 months, pile up all the sheets, pillows and covers in the middle of the living room and start to create Osman. 2 months previously, Hadji had read to his grandchildren the first 3 chapters of one of his 4 books entitled, How Was a Magnificent Empire Born and Why Did It Decline? When he took a break, he got, as usual, 3 dissimilar reactions from his 3 grandchildren. The 7-and-a-half-year-old had listened austerely, attentively, and was now ready to voice a couple of issues of great interest to him. Grandpa, how many tents did the Turks have when they arrived in Anatolia? 1,000. Hadji hastily made up. Yet that response did little to satisfy the child's curiosity. About how many people in all were there in these 1,000 tents? 10,000. Hadji roared. The anger dripping from his response only provoked his oldest grandchild even more. When the Turks came with their tents, weren't there already other people in Anatolia? No, there weren't. This land was empty, whoever was there had run away, grumbled Hadji. Hadji. Okay, did the Turks settle in the houses of those who had run away? Or did they continue to live as nomads for some time? Did they build their first cities out of tents? In that case, would that be a tent metropolis? How? Could one draw on a map a city that was peripatetic? How? Shut up! Hadji had replied, losing control. The child had indeed shut up, but all the questions that had accumulated on his tongue circulated in his mouth, moved up through the passages of his nose, and climbed up from there to trickle into his teardrop ducts, so in his moss green pupils curious, insistent, accusing sparks of questions continued to light up and fade away like fireflies flitting about on summer nights. In order not to keep looking at him, the old man had turned with a weak expectation to the 6.5-year-old, but judging from the indifferent expression on his face, the only thing he registered from the story was that there were many concubines in the harem, and it was not a good thing to be born as the brother of a sultan. With a final crumb of hope, Hadji turned to his youngest grandchild, the 5.5-year-old. It was then that the little girl, her face bright with excitement, jumped on her grandfather's lap, nudged him with her pinkish-white elbows, and with the cutesy manner she assumed whenever she wanted anything from grown-ups, cooed, "Come on, Grandpa, let's build a tent too." Had Hadji not been so distressed with the apathy of his male grandchildren, he probably would have hesitated before jumping at this idea. But since with a sleight of his hand he had transferred all of his love to the youngest grandchild in order to punish the other two, he soon found himself among piles of sheets and pillows busily building a tent in the middle of the living room. They too would have a tent just like the dynasty of Osman. Compared to the tents they later built, the first one was rather primordial. The grandfather and the child had produced a small, covered area by throwing a few sheets over the 4 chairs arranged in a square and then filling this area with pillows. Yet the tent, even in this simple form, had succeeded in drawing the attention of the other two who had not participated in the game and had, until then, suspiciously watched everything from the side. After a while, they could not resist and, dying to see this hidden, compressed world constructed in the middle of the living room, had parted the sheet intended to be the door and joined their grandfather, who was sitting cross-legged on the pillows. Surprisingly, Hadji felt swelling within him the type of pure pride he had yearned for so long. It was this pride, or the possibility of it, that had led the old man to wholeheartedly embrace this game. Yet how wretchedly shaky the foundations were, and how fragile the domination he had by chance established in the house would become evident in no more than a day. Around the same time the next day, the 5.5-year-old had placed herself in his lap in exactly the same manner. "Come on, Grandpa, let's make Osman." When the old man heard the name Osman, his hair stood up, as he had not yet been able to get rid of the fatigue the previous tent exercise had produced on his out-of-shape legs and stiff back. Alas, neither his dulcet warnings nor his seething anger had been of much help in teaching the girl that the tent was not supposed to be called Osman. Such was the girl's nature. Once she coupled one word with another, no authority in the world could sever this linguistic connection in her mind. Just as ghosts, spirits, ogres, hellhounds, and the deceased were altogether lumped in the category of Jinn, so too was the tent called Osman. After that, Osman became an essential part of their lives. Now, every day, around the same time, the children started to get antsy like drunkards awaiting their drinking time. Within half an hour, all the sheets, bedspreads, mattresses, and pillows were piled in the middle of the living room. Even though Hadji hoped in vain that, with their record of getting bored with all the games They played, his flighty grandchildren would also get their fill of Osman. This was not to be. On the contrary, they gradually expanded the boundaries of the tent, adding new rooms, sections and cavities, leading a blissfully nomadic life in an area of 5 and 10 square meters. Osman was rebuilt at noon every day, stayed in the middle of the living room until late in the afternoon, and then when it started to get dark outside, was taken down in a flash minutes before the parents were due back from work. There were a number of other incidents repeated daily without exception. For instance, the phone rang around the same time, around 11:45 a.m., after the last-minute theatergoers had settled in their seats for the noon show. Each time it was the oldest kid who answered the phone. He reported what they had done since morning, always giving the same responses to the same questions. Yes, they had finished their breakfasts. No, they weren't being naughty. Yes, they were watching television. No, grandfather wasn't telling a story. No, they hadn't turned on the gas. No, they didn't mess the house up. No, they didn't hang out of the balcony. No, they didn't play with fire. No, they didn't enter the bedroom. Allah was his witness that grandfather didn't tell a story, and so forth. Even though deep down the daughter-in-law was suspicious of her older son's honesty, never willing to call her father-in-law to the phone, she had to be satisfied with what she heard. Meanwhile, as the 7.5-year-old held the phone in his hand and recited his usual responses with a suggestion of slyness in his voice, not even for a second did he take his eyes off his grandfather. He was more than aware of the continuous tension between the two adults and had long since discovered that he could bolster his power by favoring, as the occasion dictated, one adult over the other. Not only did they have their meals inside Osman, but they listened to their bedtime stories there as well. Every day after lunch before their nap, new personalities joined them, cold-hearted stepmothers, ill-fated orphans, hellhounds escaping from the bowels of the earth, bandits waylaying people, female jinns seducing men, bloodied fighters, certified madmen, poisonous rattlesnakes, spiteful hags with sagging flesh, malicious skeletal demons and ogres with protruding eyes, all crammed into the tent. Once they arrived, they never wanted to leave. As the concluding sentences of the fairy tale still smoked in the air, weariness descended upon them. Everyone curled up in their place. Hadji was the one to fall asleep the fastest and the easiest, followed by the 5.5-year-old and then the 6.5-year-old. As his grandfather's snores and his siblings' puffs filled the tent, the 7.5-year-old got up quietly. First he stopped by his grandfather and watched him. He watched as if examining a creature he did not know, a tropical fruit he had not tasted, or a clam filled with surprises. Hadji's round, graying beard rising and falling with each intake of breath, the amber prayer bead that had slid from his fingers, the graying hair creeping from his chest to his neck, his cracked lips, the deep wrinkles that had cut paths across his forehead. He had started to examine his grandfather 2.5 years ago and was soon about to complete his discovery. That mild, fragrant day when he had met his grandfather for the first time had been a turning point for the child, as it also happened to be the last day he was able to walk around outside. Then his illness had advanced so rapidly and had become so visible that he had never been out onto the streets ever again. In the fading residues of that distant past, when he was still considered, or at least looked like a normal child, when his father and mother had to go to the airport to pick up his grandfather, they had taken him along as well. Until that day, he had not heard much about the old man. All he knew was that his name was Hadji. He lived with his wife in a faraway city. They had had a traffic accident when traveling to Istanbul to see their grandchildren for the first time, and the grandmother had died in the accident. After losing his wife, grandfather Hadji had cried a lot, been hospitalized for a while and gone on the pilgrimage to Mecca as soon as he was discharged. Having now completed the pilgrimage, he was coming back. This was all the 7 and a half-year-old who had then been 5 knew about him. On the way to the airport, he had also acquired another piece of noteworthy information. From now on, grandfather Hadji was going to live in Istanbul with them. The part of the airport reserved for the passengers' relatives was jammed. After descending from the plane and completing a whole bunch of bureaucratic procedures, the passengers passed through the automatic door, swishing open to be reunited with their awaiting relatives. As the kid waited in the crowd, holding tightly onto his mother's and father's hands, he carefully looked at every person passing by. All these old men back from their pilgrimage were surprisingly like carbon copies of each other, and the reason for this similarity was not only that they were all dressed in the same color, were the same age and height, and possessed the same round, grayish beard. They also unerringly repeated, as soon as they went through the door, the same motions in the same sequence. When the door opened, they all narrowed their eyes as if suddenly encountering a beam of light, looked at the crowd, took a few steps in this state, then saw someone and dashed in that direction, put down the suitcases and exuberantly embraced the acquaintances who scurried toward them. In making their entrance, the elderly copied one another exactly. It was as if, rather than a plane load of different people, the same man kept walking in through the automatic doors, again and again. Then the door swished open one more time, and through it entered a man whom he guessed, from his mother's and father's reactions, was his grandfather. This man, though dressed just like the other pilgrims, still looked like a stranger who had mistakenly become mixed up among them. It was as if he was not even old, but was rather a successful imitator who had plunged into the changing room at the last minute to don the clothes of one of the others. He almost looked like them, but was nevertheless an imitator because something was obviously missing. Blinking his moss-green eyes, the kid looked once again, and only then he grasped where the deficiency originated. This old man did not have a beard. Where there had to be a beard shone a dazzling white crescent curving up, the area within the crescent having amply received its share from the sun. The north of his face was pitch dark as night, while the south as pallid as a cloudless morning. The man with the unfinished face had longingly embraced the grandchild he was seeing for the first time. Then he had sequentially embraced his son, again his grandson, the daughter-in-law, again his grandson, again his son, and then again and again his grandson. Meanwhile, soon everyone around them was embracing one another. The airport waiting area filled up entirely with clusters of humans who cried, kissed, embraced, and bumped into one another. When the elderly men returning from the pilgrimage had somewhat satisfied their yearning for one another, they became deeply occupied with introducing each other to their own families, which this time around led to handshakes, hugs, and embraces across the clusters. In that uproar, the kid, passed around from one lap to another, had registered another observation in his memory book. Those Mehmets returning from the pilgrimage were called Haji Mehmet, and the Ahmets were called Haji Ahmet. On the way back, he had asked his father the question that had preoccupied him: if one had to go to the pilgrimage to deserve the name Haji, how was it that his grandfather's name had become Haji by birth, before going to the pilgrimage, or indeed anything? And since his name was already Haji, why on earth had he gone to the pilgrimage? While his face was incomplete, it was as if his name was overly complete. "You rascal," his father had scolded him. As that was far from being a satisfying answer, it only helped to serve The kid's conviction that his grandfather was unlike any other grandfather. Ever since then he thought his grandfather was somewhat eccentric. That the old man had been obliged to cut his beard because of a bad rash a day before his return from Mecca and had quickly grown it afterwards, thus after a short while looking like all other grandfathers at the airport, had little effect in convincing the boy to the contrary. Now after all these years, even though he still studied his grandfather, he had begun to cut his examinations shorter with every passing day, mainly because he did not find him as interesting as he had in the past. Once bored of watching the old man, he got out of Osman without a sound and started to tiptoe around the house. To be up when everyone else was asleep was a terrific privilege. The house would then resemble the castle in Sleeping Beauty. For, unlike his siblings, the 7.5-year-old did remember the fairy tales his mother used to tell them in the mornings long before she had started working at the cinema of a shopping mall. He recalled those fairy tales and discerned the difference between those and the ones told by his grandfather. While the others slept, he would go into the kitchen, light the oven, play with matches, leaf through the 4 books of his grandfather, the total number of which had stayed constant through the years, snack on junk food, go into his parents' bedroom and poke around the wardrobes, dump his mother's jewelry on the bed, count the money his father hid at the corner of the wardrobe. He made the most of doing everything that was forbidden. Then, when the others' waking up time approached, tiptoeing back into the tent, he lay down in a corner and patiently waited. He did not have to wait too long. Every day the garbage truck entered Cabal Street around 5:30 p.m. The voices of the garbage collectors, the clatter of the emptied cans and the grumble of the engine rose up from below. There were cars parked on each side of the road, so the garbage truck could not maneuver easily and the traffic would be jammed for sure. As soon as the honks of the car horns reached flat number 5 of Bonbon Palace, Hadji was jolted out of his sleep, almost screaming. In point of fact, Bonbon Palace was one of the last places where this old man, who carried in the wrinkles of his forehead, his face and in his heart the traces of the traffic accident he had been through, could comfortably take a snooze. The children also awoke with Hadji's scream. First the 5.5-year-old woke up, muttering fussily. Then the 6.5-year-old got up, lazily yawning. As for the 7.5-year-old, he would not immediately get up from the place where he had laid down only a couple of minutes previously, but instead counted silently to 20 to give the others enough time to fully wake up. Then, standing up groggily, he would rub his moss-green eyes and, hiding the sharp glint within them, approach the open window and stretch his neck to look at the doors of the outside world filled with secrets which he deeply sensed could be much more horrifying than all the fairy tales he had heard. At number 7, me. Strange as it was, I woke up without the help of an alarm clock this morning. As if that was not astonishing enough, when I woke up, I found myself already awake. My eyes were open as if they had awoken by themselves and, having once done that, had taken to wandering around the ceiling. For a fleeting moment I thought I was looking at myself from the ceiling. I cannot say I liked what I saw. Whenever I fall asleep here, my legs spill over from the couch, but this time I seem to have forgotten to take off my shoes to boot. My head had slipped from the pillow, my neck was sore. In the dent extending from the side of my mouth to my ear, I detected a bubbly, pasty spittle, befitting a dog gone rabbit or a baby regurgitating the food just consumed. My shirt had wrinkled up on me, the pain of lying down lopsided had hit my back and my mouth was parched. I had also thrown up on the corner of the rug. At least I Had thought of taking off my trousers, but as Ethel the cunt likes to articulate in yet another aphorism of hers, to be without pants while in socks and shoes can make a man only as attractive as a candied apple with the exposed parts all rotten, or something like that. When viewed from this angle, perhaps I should consider myself lucky for waking up alone this morning, just like I had done for the last 66 days. It is all because of this house. It has been 2 months and 5 days since I moved in here. I have come to realize that for all its abstractness and vastness, the terms in which time is measurable are no more concrete and no less petite than mere driblets. I count up every day that has passed, every drop of it. By now I should have fully settled down and established some sort of an order in this house. Yet not only have I failed to settle down, I live as if I might pack up and leave any moment. As if to make moving out easier, the flat is still not much different from the way it was the day I moved in, with boxes piled up on top of one another, some opened but most only roughly so. A perfunctory, transitory dwelling amidst parcels yet to be opened, the fleeting order as evaporative as room sprays, a Lego home constructed of parts and pieces to be dissembled at any moment. When single, one lives amidst belongings in a house, one's past, trajectory, personal worth all contained in possessions that bear symbolic value. Upon getting married, one starts to live in a house of belongings, established more on a future than a past, more on expectations than memories, a house where it is doubtful how much one personally possesses. As for divorce, depending on whether one is the person leaving or the person staying behind, it is like camping out all over again, only this time one either stays behind in a house with belongings gone or departs, carrying belongings without a house. My situation is both, because of this house and because of Ethel the cunt. The day I had to move in here, no matter how hard I tried, I could not convince her to stay out of it and not mess things up by helping. When I had finally perched myself in the front seat of the truck belonging to the moving company that had agreed to transport the books, clothes, and knickknacks I had deliberately refused to let go from the tastefully decorated home of my marriage, as well as some cheap and simple furniture I had recently bought for the dingy apartment that would be the base for my post-marriage era. There right next to me was none other than Ethel. As if her presence was not alarming enough, she teamed up with the dim-witted driver, utterly stunning. The man with the premium quality cigars she offered, preposterous questions she asked, and the absurd topics of conversation she came up with, which included making a list of the most difficult neighborhoods in Istanbul to move in and out of. When we had finally reached Bonbon Palace, Ethel meddled with the porters, running around excitedly in that hard-to-believe skirt of hers, which was no bigger than the size of a beggar's handkerchief. On that huge, hideous ass she so much enjoys exhibiting. Shooting orders left and right, she instructed the porters where to put each box, how to arrange the book parcels, and where to stack the common slipshod packages of shelves of what was supposed to turn into a self-made library, which she herself had forced me to purchase from one of those huge stores in which families paid homage at the weekends. The porters were wise enough to know that it is the woman who has the last word in these matters, and in their wisdom unashamedly ignored me, the real owner. All day long I do not remember them even once paying attention to what I said. Except when the time came to pay them. It was only then that they favored me over Ethel. Even when they accidentally banged the cardboard box packed with all kinds of glasses, cups, and goblets, the authority they addressed and the person they apologized to was not me, trying to mildly dismiss the incident, but Ethel, who gave them hell about the probable damage they might have caused. All day long, I had to stand at a corner and be content with watching what was considered appropriate for me. My exclusion reached its peak during the installation of the 180 by 200 cms, golden bow, system orthopedic king-size bed, one of the two hearty spoils I had wrested from my former house. When, after 6 tries, it had become only too evident that the bed would not fit the shapeless space of a room that Ethel had decided to make into my bedroom, an argument broke out among them. Ethel wanted the bed to be put in sideways and would sacrifice the showy headboard, if necessary. As for the porters, they were all for locating the bed head-on, even though there would then be no space left to move around. Meanwhile, no one asked my opinion, and if someone had, I would not know what to say anyhow. When they finally agreed to put the bed in sideways, still leaving no room to move, I did not object. That bed was too big for me at any rate. Accordingly, I have not slept on it once since I moved here. I am pretty much consistent in sleeping on this narrow couch that torments my posture and tortures my back. In the past, during her lengthy Masnawi season, Ethel had once lectured me about how Rumi had to reckon with his body. Though not in such a mystical manner, in these last 2 months I too have probably shown little gratitude to my frame. Still, like a desperate lover ever more attached to his oppressor, or a despicable apprentice inured to scorn, I too cannot break away from this cruelly uncomfortable sofa. Before the end of the term, I should assign the discourse of voluntary servitude to the Thursday section. The television opposite is, no doubt, the main reason for my preferring this couch. These days, having given up regular sleeping hours, I seek refuge in television and can only sleep with it turned on. Likewise last night, back home so late and high, I must have turned on the television. Now on the screen some madcap of a young girl with a short, multi-hued shirt with tropical birds, a crimson rosebud tattoo almost as big as a fist on her bare plump belly, and orange-colored hair tied up in handfuls with phosphorescent green ribbons, chirps with a glee not many people are bestowed with this early in the morning. Though the girl does not move her body around that much and talks with simple hand gestures, her breasts keep wobbling in that way particular to women scurrying to catch a bus at the last minute. This is not to my taste though. I have always gone for contrasts. I like them either as small as the palm in a big frame, or huge in a petite body. 10 days later, when Ethel came to inspect the house and saw everything was as she had left it, she kept her comments to herself. Nothing had changed. By the 3rd week, still not even a single package had been unwrapped, not even a single shelf mounted. When she stopped by 1 month 5 days later, I wished she would keep silent once again. However, with a disagreeable smile on her face and whilst clicking her long, brightly polished fingernails together, she blurted out in that particular manner of hers intended to stress the importance of whatever she was going to say, "Look, Sugar Plum, it's none of my business, but you'd better stop treating your new house like you've treated your ex-wife. You neglect your house assuming it's all yours and will never go anywhere, but God forbid it too might be taken away from you, just like your wife was." I did not respond. I have always hated long, polished fingernails. Ethel uses her tongue the way a frog catches a fly. Whatever comes to her. Mine she blurts out, and before the victim has even had a chance to get the message, catches with her harsh pink tongue the momentary bewilderment on the latter's face and then gulps it down with great pleasure, without even bothering to swallow. Although following the divorce I had barely hesitated in ending numerous friendships in my life, I do not know, and frankly do not want to know, why I am still friends with her. Not that I make any special efforts to see her, but I do not take any steps to stop seeing her either. The Issue is not that I do not like her any longer, for I have never liked her more or less than I do now. If a bond has kept us together all this time, I do not think it is one of love, companionship, or trust. Ethel and I are as compatible as each single wing of two different butterflies positioned side by side under a collector's magnifying glass. We are very much alike in our incompleteness, and yet it is two different halves, with utterly distinct designs and colors, that we eventually pine for. As we waft along with the wind, we have been coming together, even sticking together, but never in such a way as to complete one another. If I don't see her for a month, I barely miss her and am sometimes hardly even aware of her absence, yet, when we meet after a month, I do not feel the slightest distress next to her or ever think about cutting short the time we spend together. Ethel is Ethel, just as some things simply are what they are. In spite of this, or maybe precisely because of this, I see her more frequently and share more things with her than with anyone else. That is how it has been for many years. This loose relationship of ours may persevere as such or brusquely unravel one day like the nail of a hemorrhaged finger. At times I wonder, if such a thing happens, which one of us will be the first to realize, and how long after the fingernail has fallen. As I was getting up from the couch, my foot got caught on the phone cable. The receiver emerged from under my pillow, as if I had tried to squeeze the life out of the phone last night. It is so annoying, all the data at hand indicates that I was not able to resist calling her last night before I passed out. Nobody would object to the fact that it is dangerous for drunks to drive. Making phone calls whilst drunk, however, could produce even more deadly results than driving whilst drunk, and yet there are no legal procedures for dealing with this particular danger. Drunk drivers hit random targets, like an unfortunate tree that suddenly appears in front of them or an unrelated vehicle moving on its way. In these accidents there is neither purpose nor intent. Yet, those who use the phone when drunk always go and hit the ones they love. It is enough of a torment to realize that you've called your loved one when drunk, but it is even worse not to remember whether you called and, as you force yourself to remember, to try to convince yourself to the contrary. Since my divorce, this scene kept repeating itself at almost regular intervals, but I had not yet called Aishan on her new number. She probably does not even know that I managed to get this number. That is, of course, if we did not talk last night. I had to be certain. I pushed the redial button. 1, 2, 3, it was answered on the 6th ring. There she was herself. In the morning, her voice always sounded as if it had come from the bottom of a deep well. She likes to sleep. Highly unattractive upon waking up, she cannot possibly come to her senses before having her filtered coffee. No sugar, no milk. Her second hello sounded even more furious than her first. I hung up. I tried to collect my thoughts. In spite of everything, there was still some hope. The fact that I called her did not mean that we actually talked. Maybe the phone was not answered. If Aishan had answered the phone last night and said a few good or bad things, I would have at least remembered bits and pieces of what had been said. As I did not recall a single word, probably nothing worth remembering had occurred, but there was no way I could find solace on the bosom of this slim chance. The most plausible explanation for Aishan's not answering the phone last night was that she was not home at the time. At that time, outside, at that time. On the bathroom floor lie 2 dead cockroaches half a meter apart. This must be 2 of my accomplishments last night, but I cannot, in the doubtful records of my memory, come across any explanation regarding this matter. I take my shirt off. It is suffused with a sharp smell, an unbearable smell, jointly produced by the smells of the deep-fried turbot, lots of side dishes, the rack I drank and the premium quality cigars I smoked, all mixed up then, totally dredged and made unrecognizable by my stomach acid. The washing machine is a divorce gift from Ethel. She has always been a practical woman, handy and generous. I throw my navy blue linen pants into the machine as well. I have learned by now that for linens one uses the 40 degrees temperature and the second short cycle, but even if I succeed in purifying myself from the unpleasant sediments of last night, it is amply evident that I will not be able to free myself from the disgusting garbage smell engulfing this apartment building. I am extremely regretful about acting so hastily during the divorce process in my search for a house. For the same amount of money I could have been living in a much more decent place if I had not, with the intent of getting away as soon as possible, attempted to land the first relatively cheap and adequately distant flat. I miss the comfort of my old house. The issue does not solely consist of my yearning for the lost comfort and the lost heaven from which I personally arranged my own downfall. The house actually belonged to Asian, or, to put it more correctly, to Asian's family, but after a 3.5-year-long residency, I had thought the house was mine too until that unfortunate moment after gathering my underwear, books, lecture notes and razor blades when I went back for a last look to check if I had left anything behind. Such a puny little word, too. Like a child enthusiastically expecting that what his brother has received will be given to him too. Me too, me too. Yet it seems that in marriage, just as in sibling relations, one side gets more than the other, while people's traces can be removed from the places they lived, or sometimes even thought they owned, as easily as the string off of a string bean. What I find hard to take, what thrusts pains into my stomach, is exactly the part about the string. It upsets me to think that now Asian has a great time by herself in the house that was once mine too. One should of course be always grateful, for there is worse than the worst imaginable. She could be having a great time not all alone. I took stock in the bathroom, freezing at times or getting scalded at others, under the shower that either heated up so much that it then suddenly turned icy, or turned cold and then became boiling hot, managing never to end up lukewarm. Even though it was unclear how I had found my way home last night imbibed, it was certain that I had called Asian with my drunken jellyfish head. Okay, what then? If we had talked, a memory, a moment, should have been left behind. A sentence. As I soaped my face, the headquarters of my brain sent the news that a sentence fitting the description of the sought suspect had been observed wandering around and been arrested. Don't you see that I will totally cease to care about you if you keep calling like this? Before we lose our respect for each other, I did not see anything. Even though I tried to open my soapy eyes for a moment, I again shut them when they started stinging from the soap. No, the information proved to be groundless. This was not the sentence I was searching for. I remembered. I had not heard this one last night, but earlier, sometime before, Asian had tried to change her phone number. I stepped out when the manic depressive shower started to push my endurance. The pain in my stomach was unbearable. The kitchen was not too small, but became rather narrow after the installment, right in the middle of an impressive burly refrigerator more or less the size of the cottages that low-income holidaymakers perch along seashores and fill up with their families. rather than insisting on taking from my old house this American bullock, designed to satiate the tribal appetites of consumer society's nuclear families with their hangar-like homes. I should have gone and bought myself one of those box-like, knee-high refrigerators used in either hotel rooms or flats in Tokyo. I probably would have done so if Asian had not objected by stating, "It's too big for you." I had heard this remark twice in a row, firstly for the king-size bed and secondly for the refrigerator. It was only then, upon realizing that what was too big for me was not that big for Asian, had I been able to surmise that there was another man in her life and my place would be shortly filled up. So even though I did not cause any difficulties on any matter, and was more compliant and docile than necessary so as to hurry along the divorce process, no one, Ethel included, could make out my uncompromising stubbornness concerning the bed and the refrigerator. My loot might have been substantial, but it was totally hollow. It looked pathetic empty like that. Large refrigerators are distant relatives of those old locomotives who gobble up coal all along the way. They are, just like them, never full, and as they get filled, constantly want to be filled some more. Forget sacks of coal, mine is bereft even of a shovel full of coal dust. On the top shelf there was a box of opened cream cheese coated with a thin layer of mold. Inside the door are 5 cans of beer and half a large bottle of rack. In the vegetable container sat 3 tomatoes and wilted leaves of lettuce. That was all. Then, on the bottom shelf there was the mushroom pizza slice sent by that elderly woman neighbor. I had seen many who sent puddings and the like, but had never before encountered one who made pizza and distributed it slice by slice. I was going to throw it away but forgot. Now, however, as the alcohol particles left over from the night slowly gnawed on the membrane of my stomach, I reached for the pizza slice with gratitude. It took 3 minutes to heat it up in the microwave oven and approximately 30 seconds to get it down my stomach. It was a bit stale, but so what, it was great considering the conditions. Having thus appeased my stomach, just a tad, I embarked on preparing my medicine. This included a pot of skimmed milk with 2 heaped spoonfuls of Turkish coffee, 1 spoonful of pine honey, a generous quantity of cinnamon, and a little cognac. This is my miracle medicine for hangovers, its curing power proven through experience. It may not suit every constitution. Actually, every constitution should, through trial and error, develop its own cure. That is how I found mine. That day I made the proportions more generous than usual, as I needed to sober up as soon as possible. It was Thursday, and since the beginning of the term, every Thursday afternoon I have taught the course I love the most to the class I love the most. While waiting for the milk to boil, I looked through the brochures Ethel had thrust into my hand. Another private university was being founded in Istanbul. I had been aware of some of the details for a long time, like the long preparation process, for example. What I did not know was that Ethel the cut was involved as well. She was actually at the very center of it all and told me more than I ever wanted to learn at dinner. Only 2 minutes after we had met, she introduced the topic with a plop and talked of almost nothing else until the end of the night when, under the weary looks of the skinny Kurdish waiter who could barely keep his long black eyelashes open, we wobblingly departed from the restaurant that had no other customers left except us. She kept talking continuously about how this university was not a financial investment but a moral one, how she had not so wholeheartedly believed in a project for quite a long time. She personally knew the founders, and that she herself was actually one of the 8 investors behind the scenes. She had enjoyed life much more since she got involved in this, and that she was sure when she looked back in her old age this would be the job she would be most proud of in her life, about how they would educate a group of youth much more conscious and knowledgeable than their generation within 5 years at the most, how the size of this group of youths would increase from year to year, and how they would altogether affect the fate of our haggard country. As she kept speaking, I kept on drinking. If I had drunk less or more slowly, the summary of the night would have been something like this. Ethel talked, I laughed, Ethel got angry, I burst out, Ethel shouted, we fought. So in order not to cause a scene, not to muddy the waters for no good reason, and not to spoil the night, Ethel talked and I drank. What upset me was more the perpetrator of the words than their content. Of course, Ethel the cunt could go and talk about this bullshit with anyone she wanted, anywhere she wished, but of all the people in her life, she should not have acted like this to me. Not that I take it personally. The issue is not personal, but rather linguistic. At dinner yesterday, for whatever reason, Ethel either decided to break our tradition or simply forgot the language we have been speaking when alone for as long as I can remember. Language is one of the most nonsensical words in a language. It is by definition something more than the sum of all words, but in the end it, too, is a word. Should there be the need for a connection with another word, you could say that the word language is like the word meal. There is just as little sense in labeling everything a meal, which totally overlooks very different food mixtures with differences in taste, nutritional value and calories, as there is in labeling as language all the expressions that play totally different tunes, talk about different words at random and emerge in different styles. I should of course add that in making this observation, linguistic differences such as the Chinese cuisine, Turkish cuisine, Spanish cuisine and so forth are not even taken into account. Otherwise, I would have to multiply all these with a global coefficient. In short, hundreds of languages reign even within a single language. Just as we do not all eat the same meal in a restaurant, we also do not and cannot speak the same language with everyone all the time, and just as meals have residues, languages have remnants. A garbage dump language comprises words we not only do not use every day but are reluctant to even pronounce, words we silently pass over, nonsensical words we keep to ourselves because they would not be proper, criticisms that come to the tip of our tongues but we lack the courage to voice, innuendos we slice into thin strips at the tip of our tongues to then gulp back, curses that blow up in our palate before we can take out the fuse and throw them away, expressions that are too loaded or jokes too light for our milieu. There might also be a remnant left over from the attention we pay, the tact we demonstrate and the care we take when we talk or write to others. We can call this a recyclable language of solid accumulated waste, accumulated, if not in the basement or the attic, or under the pillow, then on the nasal passage, in between the palate and under the tongue, a language which, once adequately accumulated, we fill into a bag, tie up and throw away to stop the smell and the stink. I should say right out I never leave evidence of this language lying around. And not only do I not use it in front of my students in class, I do not like to hear it from them either. Yet just like a teenager secretly smoking in a secluded spot without his parents' knowledge, I too am occasionally thrilled to sass, as Ethel and I call it, in this language as I open my cache in a dark and dingy corner, unbeknownst to my moral principles and conscience. It is exactly at this point that Ethel's presence acquires significance. 4. Sassing, just like making love or quarreling, requires that someone else be there with you at the same time. You might smoke alone, but to speak in this kind of garbage language you definitely need a companion. For years, whenever left alone, Ethel and I would speak, or used to speak. Until yesterday, in Saish. Whenever we got together, without stating that. One needs to be serious to call the other silly, without making any claims to be just or equitable. We love to recklessly and coarsely belittle everything. And shower this or that person with insults. Just like a bully brushing off an attack to then plunge into a fight by randomly pruning the noses and ears of his adversaries. We attacked social life with our cutting tongues and did our best to prune the maladies and blunders of whomever chanced to appear in front of us. Who says you cannot make fun of other people's defects? With spears in our hands and waterproof goggles on our eyes, we would dive headfirst into the 7 depths of the sea of flaws, faults, failures, and bring each defect captured to land, with the intent of examining it at great length and tearing it to shreds. Sometimes, not content with this, with an appetite befitting calamari lovers, we would lift our catch up in the air and hit him against this or that rock for hours on end. In the final instance, no one escaped our tongues, but some received from our shower of generalizations more of their share than others. Peasants, the lumpen proletariat, advertisers and academics, housewives and lawyers, all were a target, albeit for different reasons. Yet the diameter of our net was rather wide, enough to easily contain all sorts of people. There was a place for everyone there. We pitilessly and coarsely belittled those we saw to be unsteady or those who attempted to look smart. We were irritated by those who cared about their appearance, but totally drowned in derision those who dressed tastelessly as well, had no respect for the masculine heroes of the have-nots, but were beside ourselves with anger at the prima donnas of the haves. We turned up our noses at those who feared death to then merrily trample on those who had no concern about death. We could not bear to read a poorly written article, story, or novel, but also slung mud left and right on those well-written ones. We did not even take note of those who turned religious in the aftermath of a serious surgery or trauma, but also carelessly cast aside the ones who remained at exactly the same level of belief, either with or without religion, all through their lives. We did not forgive the decent ones because of their decency, but also took the crookedness of the crooked and danced around with it. We threw on the ground and trampled on those guilelessly naive secularists who thought Christianity was less interventionist or Judaism less patriarchal than Islam, gleefully gnawed on those who were unaware of the variations within Islam, but also bruised with cannon salvos those who imagined themselves privileged for happening upon mystical movements, and tore to pieces those who, in the name of the Trinity of being, becoming and transcending sainthood, sought alternative Indian, Chinese, Tibetan messiahs for themselves. We rammed into those breeders married with kids, but laughed our hearts out at those who regarded not getting married a form of political resistance. We also covered in tar and paraded naked before us both those who perceived their heterosexuality to be a socially given for once and always, yet craved to take at least a petite bite of the apple of sodomy, as well as those who regarded their homosexuality as entirely an individual choice to then sluggishly sit in the oases of isolation, closing themselves off to all. We did not like those we knew personally, but also expended recklessly those we knew intimately. We did not feel the need to express all of these attitudes and beliefs at length, and were content with using codes instead. With the meticulousness of the archivist, we one by one classified and filed everyone and everything. We were deliberately, recklessly unjust to everyone and everything. In any case, if you combed through the section covering the letter J of the basic illustrated dictionary of the Saw language, you would never come across either just or jurisprudence, just as you would not be able to find under S, sacred or sacredness, or under E, exalted or exaltedness. As for injustice, the definition given in this dictionary is as follows. 1. To do wrong to that which is wrong, example, to take the fur coat off of someone in a desert. Or to take the wine glass in front of a pious person. 2. Indirect attribution that produces no harm, example, to spit at someone's photograph. Whenever Ethel and I spoke Saish, we committed injustice against this. Or that person in the second meaning of the word. We'd never sugarcoat our words when alone. Yet last night at dinner while Ethel the cunt talked about her grandiose goals in relation to this private university to be founded in Istanbul, it seemed as if she had checked our mutual language into the cloakroom at the entrance. Don't you realize? Your all-time dream is finally becoming a reality, she exclaimed as she held her jasmine cigarette holder tightly between her teeth. No more political appointments from above, or the usual sterility and similarity that budgetary restrictions produce in state universities. Instead, they will gather the highest caliber faculty in Turkey, recruit the most brilliant minds snatched away by the universities abroad, and bring to Istanbul lots of foreign experts from different corners of the world. Just think, we'll put a stopper on this chronic brain drain, and within the first 5 years we will even reverse the current. Then Western minds will be at our service. We'll cure the inferiority complex of the nation, she added with a giggle, as if she had made a witty, naughty remark. Why she giggled like this was no mystery to me. I am actually used to Ethel's ascription of an erotic connotation to the word brain. She was not much different back in our college years, harboring a layered hatred of other women and a boundless passion for intelligent men. Now that I think about it, the large number of male students outnumbering the females and the brains surrounding her must have played a considerable role in her decision to major, though she never intended to practice, in such a difficult field like civil engineering. In those days at Ethel's house, there was the pick of dozens, if calculated over the years perhaps more than 100, of exceptionally intelligent male students from different departments. One could even argue that the cunt made a substantial contribution to Turkish education, if one considers the fact that this place operated like a kind of soup kitchen, where these male students could feed themselves, or a kind of club where the members could utilize the library as they wished. Even though we may, as regular customers of this almshouse, have appeared at first glance to be rather different from each other, we were very much alike concerning one matter, the way in which we invested in our intelligence. In those days, no matter which department or class they belonged to at Bosphorus University, all the male students who, in order to escape the complexes induced by the unjust distribution of life, successfully pushed their brains to the limits, would have definitely heard of Ethel's name and most probably touched her body. The overwhelming majority were those who had devoted themselves to read, study and research, having put their demands from life away into the deep freeze of their expectations, not to be thought out until the arrival of that big day. Some of Ethel's aphorisms addressed this point, just as the blind man perfects his other senses, so too the ugly male who goes unnoticed develops his brain. Among Ethel's favorites, insofar as they succeeded in developing their brains, were those male students who were either unable to establish relationships with women or were rejected by all the women they were interested in, subsequently giving up on love, practicing love and even making love. After those who were broke in terms of looks, came the chronically shy whose relationships with the fair sex had soured for one reason or another, and others. These others included asexuals who composed panegyrics, praises and poems to a life without contact, avant-garde marginals, overt or closet homosexuals, highly dignified critics. A socials who hated exams but whose greatest thrill in that period of their lives consisted of taking exams, those who came from the provinces and lost their way in Istanbul, those who could not leave their shells let alone Istanbul, valedictorians who managed to get an education despite coming from the wrong families, as well as those hidden talents getting in education in the wrong departments because of their families, the rare geniuses of the natural sciences, the passionate orators of the social sciences, all the hopeless, unhappy, maladjusted, extremely intelligent young men who struggled to cope with society for various physical, financial, psychological or incomprehensible reasons were within Ethel's field of interest. If she had her way, she would not let any female brain enter her house, although sometimes, upon realizing that a male she cherished happened to have a girlfriend, she would not let on and invited them both. In spite of all this, for some reason, exempted from her notorious hatred for her sex were a few girlfriends left over from private school. One among these frequently stopped by the temple house. She was so attractive that a comparison with Ethel could not even be considered, with long, shapely legs, flawless milky skin, pearly teeth and breasts needed in accordance with the laws of dialectic, vibrant within the context of her large body yet tiny enough to fit into the palm. Yet she had one flaw. Like all women who lose their naturalness as soon as they become conscious of the admiration they arouse in others, she too assumed a forced toughness and made the common mistake of thinking that keeping a guy waiting in purgatory, neither too much at a distance nor needlessly close, would render permanent the attention she received. Even when telling people her name, she sounded as if she thought she was doing a favor, Aishin. Oddly enough, the other men in the house fell in love not with this arrogant fairy but instead with the hideously ugly Ethel. Actually, many among them obviously liked Aishin, yet like is a flimsy verb, as expressed by a contestant in a highly contrived contest. While listing his hobbies, I like to read books, listen to music, take walks, and also long-legged, tight-hipped Aishin. Yet when the name of Ethel, the ugliest one of all time, came up, they would go full throttle beyond the liking phase and, burning up with desire, fall in love headfirst, either with her or her house, or both. The temple house belonged, not to Ethel's mother and father or any other Jewish family member, but to her personally, whereas the band of students around her stayed at either their parents' insipid-looking homes, worn out bachelor pads, were in overcrowded dormitories where one could only be by oneself inside the wardrobes. The cunt was the owner of a villa in which she lived all by herself, though this alone sufficed to make the situation rather surreal. In addition, her house was a dream world, and just as dreams flirt shamelessly with the art of exaggeration, Ethel too was susceptible to overkill. With its garden overlooking the Bosphorus, every square of which was totally covered up with jonquils and jasmines, that in warm winds released delicately sweet smells, at night overflowing with the scent of pleasure, its small but cute pool in which Ethel floated lanterns of all colors at night, its high-quality drinks, tasty food, and furnishings each more interesting than the next, its vast collection of records and rich library, not forgetting the premium quality cigars constantly being passed around. This place was almost like a miniature version of the world during the tulip period of the Ottoman Empire, the excess of which the contemporary historians had attacked with clubs and defaced with extravagant praise. However, if you ask my opinion, it was not only the wealth that stunned the guests who came here, not the ostentation or the luxury either. What was even more striking was the endlessness of it all. The dwindling cigarette boxes were immediately replenished. The collection of records was so vast you Could not count them all. The library did not lose its splendor even though the borrowed books were never returned, and in spite of our eating in hordes, the kitchen cupboards never emptied out, the stock of delicatessen never diminished. We liked to joke among us that when the ground was broken for the villa, the venerated Saint Heiser happened to be one of the workers and had blessed this place, let it multiply but never lessen, let it overflow but never spill. Even the magical cave of the 40 Thieves, with its jars of gold, chests brimming with jewelry, bolts of satin and barrels of honey and butter, could not rival Ethel's temple house. As much as the house was prosperous, so was our host generous. Ethel watched closely the things her cherished guests enjoyed. Her offers increased in accordance with how much she valued someone. For instance, was there someone among us who liked whiskey? As soon as she learned about it, Ethel would fill up the drink chest with the highest quality whiskeys. If another person liked puzzles, Ethel would order an acquaintance going abroad to bring puzzles each more challenging. Most of our time, however, we dedicated ourselves not to such games but to wearing ourselves out with various gatherings or get-togethers. We would burrow ourselves in the comfortable sofas in the living room, eat, drink, smoke and sass about this or that person, but mostly about each other. We would quickly free ourselves of our past, focus on who we were now, reveal our dreams and constantly debate with each other. Our host did not at all care about the content of our conversations. In fact, as individuals, I don't think she cared much about us at all. She liked the environment she provided for us, and she also liked fireworks. For each guest plunged into this place was like a firework, speeding through the night's darkness. He would first glide with shaky, staggering steps and, when convinced he had risen high enough and adjusted to the environment, would burst with a magnificent bang and light the place up by scattering the colorful rays he had hitherto hidden. As we found our voices, became encouraged and burst out with explosions of our own, Ethel provided every comfort by constantly serving us the genie in the lamp, the hurries of heaven, even Peter Pan's fairy, none would have served their masters with as much devotion. Ultimately, sooner or later, all these guest masters ended up falling in love with their host. Yet this also brought their downfall. Those who had the freedom to swim as they pleased in this vast sea often moved so far away from land as to suddenly realize, upon looking back, that they had lost sight of the land. Ethel was no longer at their side. She had lost interest in them just when they had miserably fallen for her. The only drawback of being a guest at this house was the ease with which one overlooked the fact that both the guest status and also the visit were temporary. Hence each departing guest, just like the infinite replenishment of the materials of the temple house, was quickly replaced with another. Saint Heiser's prayer for abundance was valid for Ethel's brains as well. They constantly multiplied and never lessened. As for me, I was the exception. From the beginning till the end, I was the only constant visitor of the temple house, a type of honorary member. I was ambitious, more than was necessary according to some. My report card was filled with as for a couple of solid reasons. For one thing, I was tall, 3 stars, then wide-shouldered, 3 stars. I will not be as modest as to say I was considered handsome, for I was always the most handsome in the places I frequented, 4 stars, and I was extremely impatient and difficult. 5 stars. Unlike the others, I had choices. I certainly enjoyed being here, but could have left at any moment. I could have gone and not returned. Ethel was too well aware of this. That is why I was so dear to her. The seed of discord in the middle of heaven. My presence enchanted Ethel and disquieted her guests. Little did I care. Being considered a threat by other males was old news to me. If I had cared about these types of looks, I would have done so much earlier, back when walking the distressed corridor of an 11-year-old, with a plate filled with wedding cake in one hand and only underwear on my wiry body. I had almost collided by the kitchen door with my stepfather. I was so relaxed and hungry with the warmth of the wedding night. Until that moment, the poor man had always seen me as the older son of the woman he was going to marry, a boy who had problems but was in essence hungry for love and needy of compassion. I should not do him wrong. He wanted to be a father to me, a talented son bestowed by God to a childless 50-year-old man. Yet on the morning of his wedding night, when we unexpectedly met in the hall, with my facial features inherited from my father, my half-nakedness that revealed I was about to leave childhood, and my tremendous appetite revealed by my filling up my plate, signaling also that I would be getting bigger very quickly, I must have seemed far from being the Sonny he envisioned. An apprehensive gleam flickered and faded in his pupils. The bad thing was that my mother also realized this, and did so without losing any time. It was as if she had found the remnants of that look when she swept the floors the following day. This did not bode well for anyone, because my mother was one of those women who took the tensions that ricocheted among the men in her family, established fickle and naughty alliances, and always turned them to her advantage until the last drop. One of those whom, without knowing his name, made Bismarck's soul rejoice. She turned her older son against her younger one, the younger one against her late husband, her late husband against her new husband, and her new husband against her two sons. Hence I was rather used to unvoiced maliciousness. I did not care about the looks of others. I was Ethel's favorite and Aishan's lover. I was fond of hanging around the temple house, but that was all. I had other alternatives and more important things to do. As I said, I was ambitious, very ambitious. Not wasting a moment after graduation, I started the doctorate in England and finished it here in Istanbul, in a field that signified nothing to my family: political philosophy. Aishan too had passed, on her second try, the sociology assistantship examination. We looked good together. Ethel barely caught up with us. When she finally managed to graduate, she made brazen oaths about never entering through the gates of the university ever again, and then burnt her diploma with a ceremony at a party she threw in her temple house. Then, while Aishan and I gradually built a decent life for ourselves, Ethel destroyed hers with startling speed. First she stopped living as a clan. Then she left that villa and moved into a penthouse that, when compared to its predecessor, was very spacious and cute but was undistinguished. She no longer gathered everyone in her house, spent most of her time not by drawing attention in large crowds but instead by putting up with the whims of her lovers in crowds of two, and though she devoted all her money, love and energy to them, was still not loved the way she wanted. We heard that her congregation was not happy with her behavior, but Ethel was not happy with them either. She grumbled behind their backs at every opportunity, even though she knew it would eventually reach their ears. Since you have read more books than I did and chose to become social scientists, could you please solve this little puzzle for me? If you observe a wide range of countries all around the world, from the most democratic to the most oppressive, you'll find in all of them quite a number of writers, painters, and the like. Among the Jews, it's as if whatever the circumstances, they somehow find a way to develop their brains. With the exception of one country. In Africa, the Middle East, the United States, Europe, Russia, just keep on counting, in all these countries. Only in Turkey something went wrong with the Jews. For whatever reason, in Turkey they didn't feel the need to use their brains as much. You're mistaken, objected Asian, frowning. Many of my friends are Jews. Ethel giggled ruthlessly. She never forgave such mistakes. I, however, was split in two. One part of me had relished the naivety Asian had displayed in defending Jews in front of her Jewish friend. This must be the part of me in love with her. My other half had looked at Asian with the anger I felt toward those who tried to roll up the qualities they acquired thanks to their family trees, the exceptional family structures they were born into, the elite schools they attended, and the things life had bestowed upon them which they then tried to pass as merits they themselves had developed. This must be the part that made her fall in love with me. Yet Asian must not have been aware of either Ethel's solid reaction or my bifurcated one, for she plunged into her assertion full force. They all entered good university departments. Many of them received very wonderful grants. And they've now risen to quite good positions. And I tell you this, Ethel had said, clicking her fingernails again. You talk about occupation, I talent. You mention career, I genius. Economists, academics, lawyers, surgeons, I beg you, please put these aside and move on. I'm talking about something else. Why don't the bohemian, bibulous poets, or hedonists, the perverse or even better gory film producers and such, emerge from among them? Why don't my people make music? And on those rare occasions that they do, why is that they always sweetly sing the syrupy traditional songs of our Sephardim grandmothers and can't come up with something totally wicked, like a protest song? My people was the final stage, against Asian's insignificant defense. Ethel's regal attack. Whenever the location of a group is debated between someone belonging to that group and someone not, the patent right always comes smack onto the agenda, the end of the road, the dry well of all debates. The last curtain, when everyone withdraws to where they ultimately belong. The married to their family homes, the peasants to their village homes. At that point I lit a cigarette, having drawn both of them into my own vicinity, and sat back. It did not make a difference to me. Both of them were, at the same time, my women. Men committing adultery find quality significant, they enjoy receiving from another woman love that is in essence different from what they receive from their wives. Yet women committing adultery find quantity significant. They enjoy receiving from another man love that is more than that which they receive from their husbands. Cheating on Asian with Ethel flattered my vanity. Those days, I very much enjoyed observing their differences. As to whether Asian cheated on me or not, I never attempted to find out. Okay, but these are so for a reason. Asian had spoken up, by no means intending to give up. Then she had gotten down to business and commenced with a detailed explanation. Trying to employ objective expressions, she had talked about the shaky psychology of being a minority, the constant insecurity generated by the crisis of belonging and the domination nurtured not by concrete threats but by abstract tenets. She did so neither to be a smart aleck, nor to display her interest in talking big. She talked like that because this was the only language of debate she knew. Yet debating in an academic language is like going to bed with a woman who does not put a drop of drink into her mouth. You can rest assured that she will remain standing until the end of the night, never go overboard and never lose it. Yet you have to accept up front that you would not be able to relax around her, let out wild yells, hit bottom, pass out in each other's arms, in short, that you would not have any fun whatsoever. What you say is nice but totally useless, Ethel had remarked, girding up the sword she had just sharpened. If gloomy writers, slovenly producers or socially undesirable painters had emerged from among the Jews in Turkey, do you know what explanation the generation succeeding us, say 50 or 100 years later, would have given? Exactly the same ones you used just now. They would have said, yes, so and so was a great artist or thinker. What made him so great? What separated him from all the rest? Then they would have started to count the reasons you gave, the psychology of being a minority, alienation from the language, insecurity, being unprotected and so on. Thus everything you now see as an obstacle would have become a cause for difference, for privilege even. This is how these things operate. If a lame man can't dance, we say, of course he can't dance, he's lame, but if the same man is an expert dancer, then we say, of course he has to be better than others, for he's lame. Asian had flinched, as if avoiding a pushy salesman, shaking to one side, then the other, both her head and hands. I knew that motion too well. It meant, thanks, but I'm not buying that nonsense. During our 3.5 years of marriage, she would conclude almost all our arguments with the same gesture. Flat number 8, the Blue Mistress. Shooting up the stairs, the Blue Mistress unlocked the door of flat number 8. Panting. She was very late. As if it weren't annoying enough that the visit to the beauty parlor had taken so long, she had also spent too much time afterwards shopping. Once inside the flat, she emptied the contents of the shopping bags onto the kitchen counter. The food could wait, her appearance could not. She dashed into the bathroom. While brushing her teeth, she scrutinized the waves in her hair with discontent. This new style had seemed much nicer in the mirror down at the hairdresser than here in her bathroom. Being one of those women who sometimes envied curly hair and sometimes straight, but in each case only ever on others, her hair had all this time been oscillating, unable to lean in either direction. Now that chatterbox of a hairdresser had upset this delicate balance, making it far clear and trimming it far shorter than she had asked for. She stole another glance at the full-length mirror while taking her clothes off in the bedroom. Though her hips had somewhat widened lately, she was still fond of the way she looked. If only those cuts were not so visible. She applied a handful of foundation cream, the same color as her skin, managing to conceal the scars once again. The drawers opened one by one and she paused for a fleeting moment but did not have to ponder for long over which underwear to pick, since it seemed to make no difference to the olive oil merchant. That had not been the case in the beginning. Back in those days, he wanted her to wear the naughtiest underwear possible, buying it personally as a present to her. He always chose the same color, a lucid, brilliant, infinite sky blue. The Blue Mistress liked this color, she really did, except in panties or bras. When it came to the underwear in her gift packages, she felt uneasy about the incongruity between the docility of their color and the licentiousness of the intention behind. A garter could be as desire-inducing a color as cherry, as carnal as black, or as deceptive as white, even violet in its flirtatiousness or pinkish in its hypocrisy, but it could not be a lucid, brilliant, infinite sky blue. Fusing that specific hue with those specific intentions was pretty much like diluting milk with water, or even worse, adding milk to rack. Not that it wasn't possible for a man to enjoy both, just as long as he refrained from drinking them simultaneously. Of lambs turning into wolves or wolves into lambs, she had seen plenty, but it was the ones trying to be both lamb and wolf at the same time who spawned the worst monstrosities while believing themselves to be innocuous in the meantime. It was the half-lamb/half-wolf who had harmed her the most, even more than those who liked to remind her of the unsurpassable border between women to marry and women to bed. Such men lusted after what they vilified, and vilified what they lusted after. The Blue Mistress had once seen a hoodwinker on the street tricking the passers-by with 3 tin cups on a cardboard box. As he changed the places of the cups, the bead hidden in one of them was displaced too. At the onset it was in the first cup, be ashamed of your desires. In a flash it moved into the second cup, be ashamed of the woman you desire. Then, in one move, there was the bead again, now under the third cup, desire the woman who brings you shame. That, in turn, meant that sooner or later these men would start to scorn the women they slept with. In order not to repeat this vicious pattern, the olive oil merchant kept seasoning their affair with spices that would outweigh both the zest of desire and the tartness of shame. Always a prolific diary keeper, the Blue Mistress had written down when she had first met him, if someone awakens an essay desire we'd rather not have, we try not to like that person. However, if that fails, we then seek something likable in him, something good enough to make the desire for him less bothersome, more endurable. It was akin to wearing a celestial glove of lucid, brilliant, infinite sky blue, so as not to have to touch muck or mess while enjoying rummaging through the debris. In the spice basket of the olive oil merchant there wasn't the slightest trace of lust. All sorts of other things were present there, but for some reason, during the past few years he had always fished out the same spice: compassion. He felt compassion toward the Blue Mistress. She was not the type of girl to live a life like this. Then there were times when he felt compassion toward himself. He was not the type of man to live a life like this. Too often he talked about Cater as if she were a wicked whore. As for the Blue Mistress, she regarded this lust covered with compassion like a dirted, mud-covered slice of jellied bread lying on the ground. She had no appetite for it. At times like this, she likened her position to her hair. On the one side was the wife of the olive oil merchant, smooth and even like straight hair. On the other was this whore called Cater, bumpy and imbalanced like hair with permanent wave. Then there she was, in the middle of the two, swaying toward either end, semi-wife, semi-whore, both blue and a mistress. She knew how heartbreaking it had been for her parents when she had left home for good, but still could not help but suspect they had also been relieved. Deep down, they were both nice people, but the nets they repetitively threw into the sea of parenthood rarely turned up anything decent. Though never at ease with their love and hardly able to bear their attention, this ingratitude of hers was hard for even her to handle. She could have gotten a better education if she had so wanted, could have at least graduated from high school, but after that incident, she had felt barely any desire to return to school. Before she knew it, the scar on her face had drawn a hair-thin boundary, first between her and her peers, then between her and the age that she lived in. She had to leave that house. If given a choice, the only place she would like to go was, undoubtedly, the universe that her grandfather inhabited, a grandfather whom she loved dearly, lost too early, after losing her Didi, tracing the jumbled footprints of people from all walks of life in Istanbul. She had tried to track down those that belonged to the dervishes Hard as it was, she had managed to find them, scattered here and there on the two sides of the city and gathered, like moths attracted to light, around their own deities. She had joined them. For 2 years, she had participated every week without fail in the sermons of 3 separate religious orders in Istanbul, seeking solace in the resemblance between the words she heard from their sermons and those she had heard back in her childhood from her own deity, but it had not worked. It wasn't that the words were not reminiscent of those of her grandfathers, for they were. Nor was it that the people who uttered them were not sincere, for they were. Still, for some reason it just did not sound the same. Little by little she came to realize that in these meetings it wasn't the talks that she was really interested in but the chants that followed. She would sit side by side with the other disciples while the deity talked, but rather than be all ears like the rest, she would withdraw behind a solid deafness. Only when the chant started would she reopen the sealed gates of her ears. How profoundly she loved that moment. That true and total desertion of the body, again and again, sealed in the infiniteness of repetition. It wasn't the words articulated there but instead the beat of the drums and the notes of the underlying melody that took her away. However, no matter how far she swerved, she could never quite shake that old feeling of incompleteness. After a while she had started to feel like a hypocrite. Why had she insisted on being one with those she felt so apart from? Every chant attended left her yet another mile away from the other disciples, just as she had been unsuccessful in reciprocating the love of her parents. Neither had she found peace next to those who constantly preached peace. I don't know how to be satisfied with what I have, she had solemnly confessed to herself, because I'm not able to show gratitude. Surprisingly, rather than causing offense, this confession had relieved her. She had been suffering from the malady of those who, while still children, realized how extraordinarily beautiful their childhood is, the malady of those who started life with the bar set high. Thereafter, all the people she met were destined to remain in the shadow of her deity, while even the most pleasing things in her life would embody a harrowing sense of absence. Such incompleteness, however, was utterly unbeknownst to others, and therein resided the problem, the absolute wholeness of good. Those who unreservedly believed in their own goodness and the superiority of their morality were doomed to failure far more than the bad, for they were so smug in their completeness. There were no leaky roofs in the edifices of their personalities, no crumbling floorboards, neither a hole to be filled, nor a notch to be fixed. The blue Mistress had found them incomplete in their gorged fullness, but being unable to express this, she had gradually recoiled from the good, distancing herself step by step from their learned codes and credo of goodness. It was thus that she had started to suspect somewhere in her innermost soul she was inclined to depravity and immorality. Before long, she had entirely cut her ties with all 3 religious orders. Be that as it may, moving away from the believers had not once shaken up her beliefs. Faith for her was not living in accordance with the unchangeable rules of a commanding God or joining the ranks of a conscientious community, but rather a sunny, dulcet childhood memory. And as her childhood memories with her deity were the best moments of her life, she had steadfastly, doggedly remained a devout believer. Even when not as full of faith as she had been in her childhood, her faith had still retained a childish side. Yet there was neither a house she wanted to return to, and nor did she have enough money to continue on her way. It was during those days that she had started to get used to the attention of men as old as her father, and managed to not remain indifferent to the attention she had got used to. These men who thought they had everything, discovered at one point the incompleteness embedded in their lives, and thereafter became eagerly attracted to her as if she and only she could right that wrong. In any case, being a mistress was a good start in terms of getting away from the humdrum wholeness of the good. She was first blue, then a mistress, but there were also periods when she was thrown around in between the two. When the olive oil merchant rented flat number 8 of Bonbon Palace, she had finally stopped fluctuating between being blue and a mistress to become both. As soon as the man provided her with a house, his manner had drastically changed, becoming visibly coarser. For he was that type. He was an LTCM of the SDM section and the WCWL subsection, and he naturally acted in accordance with that. There lives on Earth another type of creature whose world is as crowded as that of humans, and that is at least as complex: bugs. They have succeeded in spreading everywhere and stay alive in spite of everything. They display a magnificent variation. Even a particular type of bug can come in 10 further varieties, sometimes even reaching thousands. It is assumed that the sum of all bug types is more than 1 million at present. In spite of this harrowing complexity, the scientific world does not stop classifying them. It divides them into their upper categories, classes, lower classes, upper sections, sections and lower sections. A tree worm, for instance, belongs to the bug category, changeling subclass, sheath-winged upper section, different-stomached section, plant-eater subsection. The overwhelming majority of the disappointments women experience in their relationships with men originate in their unwillingness to accept that, like bugs, humans too come in types, and therefore the men they are with also belong to a type, with only one difference: a bug cannot leave its type and make the transition into another type. A horsefly, for instance, cannot at any stage of its life turn into a praying mantis. It stays the same. However, Adam's sons and Eve's daughters can indeed accomplish this transformation. The trademark of a human is the faculty to deviate from what it was originally, to betray its own type. Accordingly, the table of modern human types is less complex but much more convoluted than that of the primitive bug. Nevertheless, making the transition between categories is not easy. After all, in order to preserve their stability and maintain their existence, not only do all types make, without exception, their members exactly like each other, but they fix them in that guise as well. The olive oil merchant belonged to upper category of the men's type, long term complainers about marriage, was on the can't quite end marriage team, and also in the want change without loss subsection, a harmful type. Whichever way you looked at it. "You are my betrothed," he had said as they silently drunk at the rack table. They had, on their first night in this house, sat together. He liked to drink and often drank at night. He was not one of those who made do with a fistful of appetizers, half a mold of cheese and a slice of melon. Instead, he always insisted on having a table filled to the brim. It couldn't be ready-made either. Everything had to be prepared at home from scratch. Chicken with ground walnuts was his favorite dish. That night, whilst using a piece of bread to wipe off the last crumbs of chicken with ground walnuts from his plate, he had remarked, "Our religion permits it as well. As long as you are fair enough, you can have up to 4 women." The blue mistress had tittered, a bristly, edgy snigger. He had grimaced. She had left the table, unlike the olive oil merchant. She did know the mentioned verse of the Quran in its entirety. Choosing a gauzy green dress from the wardrobe, she dressed in no time. Then ran back to the kitchen to open the packages from the grocery store. First, She placed the hummus in a bowl, decorating it with mint leaves. Next, she arranged the other appetizers on plates: dried bean stew, eggplant puree, green beans in olive oil, liver with stewed onions. She lined up the cheese pastry on one side, planning to fry it when he arrived. There was also the Russian salad Madame Auntie had sent yesterday with the janitor's son. This she actually had found rather odd. The Blue Mistress had never before seen a housewife sending Russian salad to neighbors and the like, but she guessed that the olive oil merchant might enjoy it on the rack table. She could place it on the table as if she had prepared it herself. After inspecting the plates for the last time, she crumpled up the packaging paper into a ball and threw it in the garbage, then tied up the garbage bag and took it outside. It was then that she recalled the conversation at the hairdresser. She had not mentioned this to anyone, but her garbage had also been stolen a couple of times from her front doorstep. Inspecting the garbage bag suspiciously, warily, she took it inside again to put it out later when Miriam was due to come to collect them. The delicacies she had prepared the Blue Mistress then carried to the table with the azure tablecloth. She set the napkins that matched the tablecloth in color, then the plates and the glasses. She took out from the refrigerator the rack she had seasoned with ground mastic and poured it into the crystal water pitcher with the turquoise handle. Finally, she poured into a maroon bowl a small amount of the heavy-smelling olive oil the merchant had brought and sprinkled it with red pepper, sweet basil and thyme. Though it was still early, she could not resist lighting up the lily-shaped candle that floated on a glass bowl half filled with water. With a soft, satisfied smile, she scrutinized the table and then everything around. She liked her house. If only this horrendous smell of the apartment building could be gotten rid of. She lit a green apple-scented incense stick and placed it in the middle of the living room. As the smoke delicately dissipated in the air, she sprayed first on herself and then at all the corners of the house, half a bottle of perfume. Recently she had started to spend a considerable amount of her money on perfume. As the smell of garbage circumnavigating the apartment building had augmented, so had her perfume expenditure. She frequently stopped by the stylish store at the end of the avenue, always buying her bottles of perfume from the same place, even though she knew too well that she did not have the same standards of living as the women shopping there. She liked fruit smells the most, mixtures of peach, watermelon and papaya. She had no clue what papaya was but found the name cute. The perfume she bought lasted at most 10 days. She poured the different scents everywhere, on her clothes, onto the pillows and sheets, the curtains, and the armchairs, her toys of all sizes and types, and on the evil eyes she hung all around the house. Instead, she could have saved up this money, or she could have bought long-lasting things for herself. The merchant must have realized the wastefulness of his little mistress, for he had reduced the amount of pocket money he gave her. Yet the Blue Mistress kept on doing things as she pleased. She did not know and did not try to understand why she behaved like this. The only thing she knew was that if the money she received were 5 times what it was now, she would purchase 5 times as many bottles of perfume. The table looked fine, tasteful, and refined. She sent a message from her cell phone asking him when he was going to come. While waiting for the response, she pushed on the remote and randomly turned on a channel. On the screen appeared 2 women throwing resentful looks at each other. One of them, the one with the fashionable lavender suit and 4 strands of pearls, crossed her hands on her chest and snorted, "Admit it, Loretta, I'm the one he loves." the long-haired brunette wearing a dress that reminded one of a field of daisies, with one such specimen also placed on her hair, opened wide her green eyes, pronouncing syllable by syllable, "But you do not love him." Pulling on her necklace almost to its breaking point, the other one replied, "That doesn't concern you, Loretta, it doesn't concern you at all. May stones as big as Loretta rain on your heads," grumbled the blue mistress. Even though Loretta was as of the same type of word as papaya, it did not sound as cute at all. As she reached for the remote, her cell phone beeped, delivering only a single word, "night." Such a long, abstruse slice of time. She heaved a sigh, changing the channel. A middle-aged woman with a wide forehead and a chubby face, who either had not considered or did not much care about removing that mustache of hers, was listing the ingredients for cooking spinach au gratin. Flat number 7, me. I went out to the balcony and lit a cigarette. The balcony is the only place I enjoy in this house. It is almost detached from the house inside, whatever attachment it has to the flat seems fortuitous, as if it doesn't really belong here. I notice a brick-colored bug wandering on the iron grills. My presence annoys it, and its presence annoys me. There are bugs everywhere. They spread out from the kitchen cabinets, under the refrigerator, the cracks on the tiles. For a fleeting moment I pondered calling Ethel to ask her help to find out whether I had talked to Asian or not the night before, but I soon decided against it, since I already had had more than my fair share of the cunt's whims, to ask her for Asian's new phone number, asking once again for help, would be of no use other than further inflating her already overinflated ego. I can't stand hearing her grouse one more time. "I'm going to lose my best girlfriend because of you, sugar plum." If it were up to me, I am sure I'd have done both a great favor by putting an end to that gangrenous relationship of theirs, but why bother? This twosome, the closest of buddies in high school, used to meet without fail once every 2 weeks to dine, always at the same type of restaurants. After our engagement, it hadn't taken Asian long to convince first herself, then me, that I'd better join this uninviting routine. In order not to upset the balance, Ethel too had started to bring her partners to our meals. Before long, these partners were gracing our table one after another, with no apparent consistency or similarity among them, like the winning numbers in a lottery. Before we found the chance to get acquainted with one number, another one would have already replaced him. During that period, Ethel's love affairs were so slapdash and so fugacious that we did not feel the need to hide our amazement when a lover succeeded in attending 3 dates in a row. Such exceptional partners we would inspect all throughout the meal with an admiration mixed with awe. During that 3.5-year-long parade of lovers, Ethel introduced us to partners of all kinds and sizes. If there was one thing all these men had in common, it should have been their incapability to bring to a close what they had started. All were allergic to anything conventional, obsessed with being original by doing things never done before, and had ambitious projects which they had abandoned halfway through for one reason or another. They happened to be enormously enthusiastic about a myriad of projects, the only problem being that they could not flesh them out any further than the beginning phase. Like mussels in their shells, they had gotten stuck in their half-developed projects, waiting for someone to pull them out by their hands to continue on. It was precisely at this stage that Ethel, the cunt, appeared, plunging in and randomly pulling them out with her long fingernails painted in harsh colors. What she did not like she threw back in the water. After all, Istanbul was a huge mussel field and she was an accomplished mussel hunter. There was an edgy young scriptwriter, for instance, who must have been at least 10 years younger than Ethel. He was working on a script he assured us must be sent to European producers, as he resolutely believed those in Turkey were not worthy of him. The scenario was definitely ready, he claimed, if only he could decide on how to end the film. We dined with him once. While Asian grumbled and Ethel giggled, the two of us put our heads together and, as we downed rack with ice, proceeded from cold to warm appetizers. From warm appetizers to the main dish, and from there to dessert and coffee. Came up with a total of 4 different endings to his film, all of which we were particularly proud of. Then there were the other lovers, a photographer who nursed amazing grudges against the managers, workers, and even the readers of all the journals he worked for, a haughty advertiser who saw no harm in claiming that everyone who kept a television at home was an idiot. An amateur actor who did not find any play staged in Turkey successful and therefore went from door to door seeking a sponsor to establish his own theater company, a foul-mouthed satirist who had a reputation for leaving everything he started halfway through and thereby speeding up the bankruptcy of all journals he became mixed up with, an alcoholic psychiatrist who had as his patients all the intellectuals of the city, who kept going to him even though everyone knew he could not hold his tongue when he got drunk, and happily divulged his patients' innermost secrets. At times, I could not help thinking that Ethel brought these men to eat with us just to upset Asian. If that were the case, she certainly succeeded. Even though Asian never thought of ending their friendship because of this, she always had a grisly opinion about the life Ethel led. She knew I did not approve of Ethel's ways either. What my wife did not know, however, was that disapproving of a woman's habits was no obstacle to sleeping with her. Ethel was actually a threat to all her partners. She would help them out, pouring money on them, all the while flaring up that spark of I wouldn't be the man I am if only my circumstances were different, ready to char the wooden cottages of their characters. As soon as these men, who for one reason or another had repetitively failed to accomplish their goal but accepted both themselves and their fate as given, bumped into Ethel at an unexpected turn of their lives and were pumped up with money and flattery, they would abandon their lifelong projects to go after far more avaricious ones. Shortly after that, Ethel would abandon them without notice, just as she had done years ago to her guests in the Temple House. As she did not love herself, she did not love the men she turned her lovers into either. However, there was one among them who did not fit this pattern and whom Ethel cherished like no other. He was a ney player. In the days when the principal Maulawi order had bifurcated over the debate, is it permissible for male and female dervishes to whirl together, he had taken issue with both sides and retreated into his shell, ever since that moment devoting half his day to seeking refuge and sleep, and the other half to escaping from his dreams. How exactly and on which part of the day Ethel had met him I had no clue. The only thing I do know for sure is that she had once again plunged her hands into the water to pull out yet another mussel and, as soon as she parted the shell to look inside, had encountered what she least expected, a shy pearl. For a while she gave to him what she had given to others, financial help, excessive attention, suffocating love, but unlike all the others, there was no visible change in the nature of this heavy-eyed, big-nosed, absent-minded Maulawi. In the guy's calendar of life, the longest time period was one day. Whenever Ethel tried to plan something, say go on a trip in a week's time or get married in the spring, the only response she got from her lover was let's see what that day looks like when it comes. From his perspective, one could not reach days, let alone land up on them. Rather, days came to people and, when they did, always brought something along. He was the most unambitious uncalculating, unfuture-oriented man and the only anti-Tariqat master I ever knew. He would no doubt have replaced my place on the throne in Ethel's harem had he not taken off from us so suddenly. You and I are standing by the seashore. We dangle our feet into the water. Ethel, you are saying, come on, let's swim together out to the 55th wave. Look how appealing that wave is. And I ask you which one? Before I can even finish my question, the wave you had pointed out changes place. Look, it's no longer where you said it was. Now it isn't the 55th, but perhaps the 35th one. It keeps coming closer. That is, it moves toward us by itself, and as it draws near, it brings many things along with it. The sea being what it is, you are left with only two options, Ethel. You can either forget about the waves and dive into the sea to become a drop within, or sit by the shore and simply wait. Watch the waves get smashed as they hit the shore, each turning into a drop in front of your eyes. Life is lived in one of two ways, if it's to merit the name. You either render yourself invisible within life or render life invisible within you. Poor scandalous Ethel. It must have been the curse of all the lovers she had frittered away. As she listened flabbergasted to the dazzling words of the Malawi, she kicked me under the table, throwing me despondent looks, begging for help. Though she sure could maneuver around all the ins and outs of the language of the mundane, when confronted with these spiritual abstractions she was as inexperienced and helpless as a child. After a while, she started to blame herself. She should have known this language. How she repented now, turning her nose up at her grandmother's attempts to teach her the basics of Jewish mysticism. To make up for her shortcoming, she started to read in a frenzy, devouring first the books given to her when she was a child and then others. Her increasing interest in the Kabbalah was a bridge she hoped would lead her to all those things her dear naysayers kept prattling on about. She wouldn't go around without at least a couple of books to hand, including, for sure, a copy of the Mathnoi. Frequently stopping by a senile bookseller in Bayezid, she parleyed with the man behind the counter in whispers, as if tracking down an arcane handwritten manuscript, and each time emerged from the store with bags full of books. So seriously had she let her heartbeat captured that she was ready to go anywhere and even settle wherever her lover wanted. Ethel the ugly crow, while gliding guilelessly in the sky, had all of a sudden spotted something shiny down on earth, and now wanted to grab it, whisk it away and make it totally hers. Why didn't they wander, say for a couple of years, around the most mystical cities of the world, like Jerusalem, Tibet and Delhi, or go in search for the lost tomb of Shams? I have seen people mess their minds up, but Ethel had literally lost her identity. Yet however much she tried, she could not convince her beloved to go on these exotic trips. The serene Malawi was as inclined towards the idea of taking a trip as a cat to the activity of taking a bath. Be that as it may, this young man who was so unwilling to go anywhere turned out to be too much in a hurry to change worlds. A week before New Year's Eve that year, he was one of the 4 victims claimed by the bomb that had exploded in one of the garbage cans on Istiklal Avenue, an explosion for which no revolutionary organization would claim responsibility. I do not think Ethel cried so much for anyone, not even her own mother and father, though perhaps with the exception of the older brother she had lost to suicide. When she was 14, he was the only person she might have loved so intensely. I got married to Aishan 2 months and 2 weeks later. Ethel attended the wedding alone. A day before the wedding, she was lying down stark naked, parading in Friend of my eyes, all of her fat body, so big, belligerent and bulky. When her body turned into a heap of raw white meat, that hairy reddish birthmark spreading from below her neck to the top of her breasts was even more pronounced. She could have had this removed if she wanted. Just as she could have gotten rid of her body fat, fixed up her nose or nipped and tucked parts of her body like everyone else. Women as ugly as Ethel and just as rich spent everything they had on plastic surgery, cosmetics, and clinics to become beautiful. As for Ethel, she had put her entire wealth into the service of her ugliness. Not only did she not try to beat her ugliness, she did not even care to spruce it up and hide it away either. The doors of the wardrobes taking up 2 of her bedroom walls were covered with full-length mirrors. After making love, she had the habit of stretching out on the bed lost in watching herself. At times she looked at her reflection with such desire that I wondered what she saw there. As she displayed her body, she acted less like a woman who wanted to be desired than a man desiring what he regarded. It was as if being admired meant nothing to her. Her aim was simply to display, with the intent to startle. Even so, while the victims of a flasher ran away screaming, those of Ethel kept coming back to her bedroom with their own 2 feet. There were, of course, exceptions. The Malouine player was one, and so was I. Oh, Sugar Plum, you're making a gross mistake. You're gonna regret it. I've sullenly accepted the very fact that from here on life won't bring me anyone better than you, and that's precisely where your problem lies. You haven't yet realized I'm the best you'll ever get. Well, what's there to be done, except to wait for you to see the truth? Keep roving around, fondle a few more asses, crumple a couple more times. Then you'll finally pull in and admit I was right from the start, she had glibly stated. Sooner or later you'll hit your head against the wall, lamenting, why didn't I get married to Ethel? Then? Look, I mark it right here. She had flashed a grin as she marked a jagged thin line on the side table, making it screech with her long fingernail, painted in glittering cobalt. Affixing a cigarette on her jasmine wood cigarette holder, which she constantly lost only to replace it with a new one. She had then waited for me to light it up. Why? Is it because you are the richest woman I'll ever encounter? I probably could not have fathomed how well off she was even if I had the inventory of her worldly possessions. Though the rich are never able to get this, there is, in the mind's eye of the non-rich, a threshold at which wealth gets riveted. Once that threshold is surpassed, no matter how much you go over it, it is bound to remain the same amount, a lot. Just as the folk tales of the penniless fix the wealth of a merchant in the chimerical cornucopia of the number 1000, Ethel also, if you had asked me, owned 1,000 properties. No, Sugar Plum. Not because I'm the richest woman you'll ever encounter, but because I'm bad. Of course, not any worse than you, but with badness. There can't be an amount, can there? Wickedness is no flour we can measure by the cup. Let me put it like this, you and I are of the same breed but poor. Asian isn't one of us. Okay, she may not be a good person, but she isn't bad either. She is at most a capricious young lady, the one and only daughter of her elite family, a little too much of a straight arrow and, I should confess, at times a bit too boring and all, but certainly not bad. And do you know what the saddest thing is? As you rough her up, she'll try to defend herself. She'll first compete with you logically, start to make a case, then frustrated she'll burst into tears and end up believing she's suffered terrible injustice. Whenever you make her miserable, shred her self-esteem to pieces, she won't even realize that the issue at hand isn't really what you are arguing about. You know as well as I do that Asian too is one of those types. The type eager to bow down before God without getting to know the devil first. Ethel loved this remark and uttered it repeatedly. I suspected she had stolen it from one of her bright men, maybe it belonged to the Nay player. But it suited her well. Those who were eager to bow down before God without getting to know the devil first, those who never wondered about the source of the gale of destruction breaking the fruit-filled branches and destroying the flower beds of the garden they had fortunately been born into, never to get a glimpse of the world outside, were outrageously confident that they lived in the most habitable place on the face of the earth. Not once did they worry about how many rooms or exits there were in the house they lived in, and did not, in spite of the noises they heard day and night, find it necessary to go down and unlock the old, musty door on their pantry floor. The types who think they are right basically because of the rights they were granted. Ethel was not mistaken. Asian was indeed one of those. What is so distressing is that I had frequently remembered these words during my marriage, but had not confessed them to Ethel so as not to further stroke her ego that already wandered onto the summits. Last night while we drank together, however, I was careless enough to let this already stale confession slip out. She listened to me with barefaced pleasure. When she got up, I watched her huge ass sway as she wobbled to the bathroom, suspecting all the while she was aware that I was watching her big ass sway. As she wobbled to the bathroom, she has the ugliest ass I have ever seen. No way can it be groped, there is no shape that it fits into. Like a gooey, soggy jelly, Ethel's ass is less solid than fluid. If you just let it flow, it might just as well drain away. I have seen much fatter asses and more formless ones as well, with cellulite, pimples, wounds, hair that has grown more than necessary or in wrong spots, but all had something, one thing that turned me on. Ethel's had not, none whatsoever. Once back at the table, luckily Ethel seemed to have overcome the delight of my confession as she delved again into the topic of utmost interest to her these days, the university project. At long last she let out the morsel of information she had all this time hidden from me. They had made an offer to Asian as well, and she had accepted, though she knew I would never ever, even if I were desperate for money, work at the same place as Asian. She continued to insist as she kept looking right into my eyes. Come on, Sugar Plum, why don't you have faith in my word once in your life? Join us, come to this university. You can philosophize as much as you want, no one will meddle. We are ready to serve your brain, Professor. That obscene association the word brain assumed in the cunt's mouth aroused me. Bizarre as it is that even though during my marriage to Asian, Ethel and I had been screwing regularly, we had not once slept together since my divorce. I do not remember why we returned apart last night. I don't even know how I got home. Maybe Ethel played a game wheeling in at the last minute, but I don't think so, that wouldn't be her style. At the most, she must have seen I was too crooked to wind her up and decided to drop me off home. That is more Ethel-like. I stretched my legs to the rails of the balcony and lit another cigarette. The brick-colored bug remained under my foot. It had had a chance to escape, but it did not. Down below on the street I noticed a skinny, swarthy woman throwing garbage bags onto the pile in front of the garden wall. Just at the same time a fuming voice roared from somewhere in the lower flats. The woman stood still for a couple of seconds and then, heedlessly, absent-mindedly, as if in a dream, scampered back and hared away. This place pisses me off. I have to get out of here one way or the other. Perhaps I liken Bonbon Palace to myself, a disgruntled apartment that bitterly misses the prosperity it was once accustomed to. I need to move somewhere else but do not have the money. All throughout my marriage, Asian and I had maintained a division of labor, the absurdity of which I can only now comprehend. Since the house we lived in belonged to her parents and therefore to her, I paid all the other expenses. How scatterbrained of me. I do not have any money saved on the side either. When faced with unexpected expenses and the need to pay rent, my salary shriveled ridiculously. I could no doubt borrow some money from Ethel, but that I won't do. Such a move would only upset the symmetry in our relationship. I'd better start making some money soon. Flat number 6, Metin Chetensevas and his wife Nadia. That's none of your business, Loretta. I tell you, none of your business. You are wrong, honey, bellowed the woman with the daisies, narrowing her eyes with rancor. Everything that concerns him concerns me too. Everything that concerns him concerns me too, repeated his wife Nadia, trying to pronounce the words in Turkish exactly as she had heard. The soap opera she watched was called The Oleander of Passion, and it had been broadcast every weekday afternoon for the past 2.5 months. At the outset it was broadcast before the evening news, but once it had become indisputably obvious how slim its chances were of becoming a hit, the scheduling had been altered in a flash. Now in its place was aired some other soap opera, one far more ostentatious. Unlike its precursor, this soap opera had been so successful and drawn so much media attention from week one that quite an uproar revolved around it, especially when the leading actors were flown to Istanbul to sign photographs for their fans after a glitzy press conference. However, his wife Nadia was not interested in either this or indeed any other soap opera. It was only The Oleander of Passion that mattered to her. Every afternoon at the same hour she took her seat on the divan with the burgundy patterns on a mauve background, the reupholstering of which she constantly postponed, and watched the soap opera while simultaneously doing some other work. Depending on the day, she would have a tray full of rice or beans on her lap to sort and shell, look at old photographs in old albums, try to do crossword puzzles with her limited vocabulary in Turkish, reread the letters from her great-aunt or write her a response. Yet every so often the tray would become weighty, the puzzle unsolvable, and the sameness of the photographs and the dullness of the letters depressing. At such times, his wife Nadia would scurry to the kitchen to get a few potatoes and, as she watched the soap opera, would craft yet another potato lamp. Though the whole house was filled up with these lamps, she still could not keep herself from making new ones. Anyhow, given the frequency of power cuts at Bonbon Palace, one might need a potato lamp any time. As to why she could not watch The Oleander of Passion without doing something else at the same time, there were a couple of reasons behind that. Firstly, she found the soap opera so mind-numbing that she could barely bear it without some sort of a distraction. Secondly, when she kept herself busy with another task at the same time, the hidden discomfort of having become a hackneyed viewer of a hackneyed soap opera tended to diminish. Perhaps most importantly, however, by keeping busy with other things she could prove to herself how much she disparaged not only the soap opera, but also that leading actress of it, namely Loretta. The Oleander of Passion, like all other soap operas, was broadcast on weekdays only. However, despite the fact that all the other soaps were constantly in the public eye via fragments from upcoming episodes and Gossip from the real lives of the actors saturating the papers, not a single line, good or bad, had yet appeared about either the Oleander of Passion, cast members in general or Loretta in particular. It was not only the newspapers that remained so indifferent on this matter. Among the acquaintances his wife Nadia had made in Istanbul, there was not a single person who had heard of the program, let alone become a regular viewer. It was as if the entire country had unanimously pledged to feign ignorance of the Oleander of Passion. The fact that nobody took the soap opera seriously did not by any means please his wife Nadia. After all, for the vilification of anything to have any value whatsoever, the thing sneered at should at least be of some value for some people in the first place. Under these circumstances, it was neither gratifying nor consequential to vilify Loretta. Thus, his wife Nadia kept her thoughts to herself. No one knew anything about her obsession with this soap opera, not even her husband. Least of all him. Be that as it may, the fact that the papers mentioned nothing about the future episodes of the Oleander of Passion did not seem that awful to his wife Nadia. There wasn't much to pry into anyway, since almost every forthcoming event, including the most imperative secrets, were already revealed in the early episodes. As such, perhaps the real riddle was less to find out what the ending would be than to find out how the already proven ending would be eventually arrived at. If there was anyone who still did not know the mysteries woven in the soap opera, it certainly wasn't the viewer, but rather Loretta herself. In the fire that had erupted in episode 5, she had lost not only the mansion she lived in, along with her title of a lady, but her memory as well. Ever since then, she had been struggling to recall who she was in mistaking an unknown woman for her mother. She could not even fathom that the famous physician whose photographs she kept seeing in the newspapers had once been, and actually still was, her husband. Since her condition had worsened in the ensuing episodes, she was now about to be checked into a clinic, a move destined to complicate things further given the fact that her physician the husband the physician happened to work there. Deep down his wife Nadia was fond of being so well informed about all these things that still remained a mystery to Loretta herself. Whenever the latter made a wrong turn, failing to spot the truth behind the intricacies she faced, his wife Nadia was secretly thrilled. At such moments, her life and the one in the soap opera would sneak into one another. Between these two entirely dissimilar universes, it was Loretta who stood out as the common denominator, the passageway from one to another. Physically, she was there in the life of the soap opera, and vocally, she was here in the life of his wife Nadia. Ultimately, there were two distinct women around, the Latin American actress who played Loretta on the one side, and the Turkish speaker who voiced Loretta on the other. Though none of them was named Loretta in real life, in her mind his wife Nadia had identified both with that particular name. She had no problem whatsoever with the first Loretta, the Latin American actress, being of no concern to her. Her foremost target was not the Loretta she watched, but the one she heard. It was that voice that she had been after for so long, a voice with no face, a velvety, dulcet voice that came to life in a knobby, peach-puff kneecap. Nonetheless, since every voice required a visage and every visage a voice, as she stood watching the Oleander of Passion, the voice she heard and the face she saw would so easily blend into one another that his wife Nadia would soon miss the target, shifting her focus from the woman doing the voiceover to the Latin American actress on the screen. Then she could do little to prevent herself from watching the soap opera with a twisted gaze, taking pleasure in the Scenes where Loretta was in pain and feeling distressed whenever things went well for her. The Loretta on the screen was a slender brunette with jade eyes and long legs. When she cried, tears round as peas rolled down her cheeks. As for the woman who did Loretta's voiceover, his wife Nadia could not quite surmise what her body looked like since she had not been able to eye her up thoroughly on that ominous day when the two had run into each other. She must be one of those ephemeral beauties, his wife Nadia guessed, as fleeting and frail as a candle flame, shine as she might with the freshness of youth at the present. Her beauty would be tarnished sooner or later, in 5 years at most. When that day arrived, she would have to pull herself together and stop going after married men. Still, 5 years was a long time, long enough to cause his wife Nadia anguish, as she had to face the prospects of all the things that could happen until then. It was a pure coincidence that had made his wife Nadia aware of Loretta's voice 3 months ago. On the morning of that ill-starred day, she was in the kitchen once again to cook ashur. Even though she had considerably improved her culinary skills since her arrival in Turkey, her ashur was still not as good as she, Metin Chetinseva's more precisely, wanted it to be. Countless experiments had all ended up in flop. There was either too much or too little sugar or some ingredient missing altogether, and if not these, even when everything was mixed in properly, something would go wrong in the cooking phase. When cooked for an adequate amount of time, she would remove the ashur from the stove and dole it out into frosty pink cups. Desperate to have made it right this time, she would take great pains to garnish each and every cup with pomegranate seeds. In the beginning there was a time when she used to overdo this, dissatisfied with the hackneyed decorations of Turkish housewives, longing for novelty instead of a dash of grated coconuts, roasted hazelnuts, or powdered sugar. She would sprinkle a few drops of cognac or place sour cherries fermented in rum. Back then she was interested more in the legend of the ashur than in how the Turks consumed it. The ashur in the legend was the epitome of a triumph deemed unachievable. All the creatures boarding Noah's ship in pairs to escape Doomsday had cooked it together at a time when they could no longer endure the journey, when they were surrounded on 4 sides with water and were in danger of extinction given an empty pantry and with a long way still to go. Each animal had handed over its leftovers, and hence this amazing concoction had emerged by mixing things that would otherwise never match. Though there was not much doubt as to what modern-day ashur was composed of, still the components of this dessert weren't entirely evident, and extra ingredients things could be added into it any time. It was precisely this lack of a fixed recipe that made ashur so unlike other desserts. Neither the ingredients were restricted nor the measurements fixed. As such, it ultimately resembled a cosmopolitan city where foreigners would not be excluded and latecomers could swiftly mix with the natives. Ashur was limitlessness, generated by limited options, affluence born from scarcity and vast assortment burgeoning out of extinction. About all these his wife Nadia wrote at length to her aunt, an elderly spinster with legs covered with purplish varicose veins and hair as red as hell. In her letters his wife Nadia wrote extensively about how drastically she had changed since her arrival in Turkey, how much time she now set aside to cook, and also how she had come to acknowledge her aunt's analogies between meals and the verses in the sacred book. Her aunt was highly pious and just as good a cook. She resolutely, if not condescendingly, believed these 2 attributes of hers amounted to the same thing, since the kingdom of heaven is like unto leaven, which a woman took and hid in 3 measures of meal, till the whole was leavened. Matthew 4 verse 33. The meals she cooked For her family, she placed upon God's table and watching her children gobble them down, she felt blissful as if it were he who had been fed. There exists a command of God in every meal we consume, the ant was fond of claiming. Needless to say, that is with the exception of the slapdash meals invented by those messy women who apparently have no time to cook and mistake freedom with neglecting their homes, preferring the praise of their bosses to the gratitude of their children. Now in her letters to this aunt, his wife Nadia wrote that among all the food of the world, if any were to be likened to the Tower of Babel in the Holy Bible, it had to be this assure. Just like in the Tower of Babel, in the pudding cauldron too, miscellaneous types that would otherwise never come together managed to mingle without fusing into one another. Just as the workers at the tower had failed to comprehend each other's language, so too did each ingredient in the cauldron retain its distinctiveness within that common zest. The fig in the assure, for instance, though subjected to so many processes and boiled for so long, still preserved its own flavor. As they boiled there on the stove, all the ingredients prattled on in unison, but each in its own language. Hence supplementary ingredients could be incessantly added to this totality. If there was room in assure for garbanzo beans, why not add corn as well? Where there was fig, there could be plum too, or why not peach? Alongside apricot, pasta in the company of rice. In her first few months at Bonbon Palace, his wife Nadia had, for a reason still unknown to her, fervently busied herself with such experiments. Yet, ramming each time into Metin fierce retorts, she had in next to no time exhausted her daring to experiment with further combinations. Whatever the legend of Noah's Ark and the adventure behind it, when it came to putting the teachings into practice, assure turned out to be a highly unadventurous food. It did not welcome innovations. Her aunt, though never in her life having cooked assure, must have arrived at the same conclusion, for she had felt the need to caution in her letters that just as one could not modify the verses of the Bible as one pleased, it was better not to play with ingredients freely either. Eventually his wife Nadia had given up, starting to cook the assure in line with the routine. Be that as it may, perhaps because deep inside she still pined for a boundless variation and had never been able to make do with the ingredients in hand, the end product had failed to meet her expectations all this time. Nonetheless, there was one occasion, that ill-starred day, when she had inexplicably been satisfied with her assure. Having finished the cooking, as usual, she had put the cauldron aside to cool off, prepared the frosty pinky cups and started waiting eagerly for her husband to come home. Now that she had accomplished the outcome she had craved for so long, she expected to finally receive Metin appreciation. Yet, she had soon noticed that stinking amber briefcase of his was not in its place. That could only mean one thing: Metin was going to head to his second job this evening, from which he would probably return around midnight. Her achievement at assure had excited his wife Nadia so much that she couldn't possibly wait that long. Hence she decided to do something that had never crossed her mind before, to pay a visit to Metin workplace with a cup of assure. Though it had been 4 years since she had arrived in the city, Istanbul remained a colossal mystery to her. She had seen so little of the city so far that she had no sense of the direction in which its streets lay, nor any sense of its structure in her mind. Her ensuing audacity might therefore be attributed to nothing but ignorance. In such a state she headed to the studio on the Asian side. Though crossing the Bosphorus Bridge had cost her 2 hours, finding the address turned out to be unexpectedly easy. She left her identification Card at the entrance, received information from the receptionist, got in the elevator, went up to the 5th floor, walked to room 505, peeped inside and stood petrified. Metin Chetensevas was there sitting knee to knee with a woman. He had placed one hand on the knobby, peach puff kneecap of the latter, which puckered like a blemish too timid to come to light. As for his other hand, he employed that to rotate a tiny coffee cup, as he told the woman her fortune. It must have been good news, for a dimpled smile had blossomed on the latter's face. Fixated with her husband, his wife Nadia was not able to eye up the woman as much as she would like to. It wasn't so much the fact that she'd been cheated on which rendered her speechless, rather the affectionate expression on Metin Chetensevas' face. Neither the woman in the room, nor the hand caressing her knee seemed a sight as horrid as the affectionate expression upon her husband's face, so dulcet and tender, so unlike her husband. Up until now, his wife Nadia had forgiven each and every one of Metin Chetensevas' wrongs and in her jaded way endured his never-ending jealousies, callousness, even slaps, believing that he did it all involuntarily, almost against his own will. Yes, her husband treated her in an awful way. Occasionally, that is, frequently, that is, constantly, but this was because he did not know any better. To sustain a flawed marriage requires, in essence, rather than an obstinate faith in marriage, a faith in obduracy as such. We can endure being treated brutally by the person we love, if and only if, and as long as, we can convince ourselves that he knows no better and is unable to act in any other way. Love is nothing but neurochemical machinery, Professor Kandinsky used to contend. And the most faithful lovers are simply bird-brained. If you meet a woman who's been married for years, still head over heels in love with her husband, be assured that her memory works like that of a titmouse. According to Professor Kandinsky, for love to be immortal, memory needed to be mortal. In point of fact, memory had to be fully capable of incessantly dying and reviving, just like day and night, spring and fall, or like the neurons in the hypothalamus of those teeny-weeny titmice. These birds, with their simple brains and with bodies just as frail, had to remember each year a bulk of indispensable information, including where they had hidden their eggs, how to survive the winter chill, where to find food. As their memories were not large enough to shelter so many crumbs of information, rather than trying to stockpile every experience by heaping up all items of knowledge on top of one another, every fall they performed a seasonal cleansing in the cavities of their brains. Hence they owed their ability to survive under such convoluted conditions, not to adamantly clinging on to one fixed memory, but rather to destroying their former memories to create fresh new ones. As for matrimony, there too, just like in nature, being able to do the same things for years on end was only possible if one retained the ability to forget having been doing the same things for years on end. That's why, while those with weak memories and messy records were able to bandage much more easily the wounds inflicted throughout the history of their affair, those who constantly and fixedly thought about the good old days and yearned for the men they married were bound to have a tough time in coming to grips with the fact that today would not be like yesterday. The miraculous formula of love was to have a mortal memory, one that dithered and wavered incessantly. Yet, that day, standing by the door with 2 cups of assure in her hands, his wife Nadia had not been able to thwart a particular scrap of information, long forgotten in its return to her consciousness. She had remembered. As she stood there watching her husband flirt with another woman, she had recalled how doting he had once been toward her as well, that is, what a different man he once was. Even worse than remembering this, was the observation that his Tenderness was in fact not a thing of the past and that he could still behave courteously. He was perfectly capable of acting, if not becoming, altered. If Professor Kandinsky were here, he would have probably found the incident too preposterous to bother with. The aptitude to renew memory by erasing previously stored knowledge was a merit germane to the tiny titmice, not to unhappily married women. His wife Nadia had then taken a step inside, her gaze irresolutely wandering, if only for a minute, over the lover still unaware of her, still reading fortune in a coffee cup, giggling and cooing as she gaped, first at both of them and then the woman alone. She had found herself immersed in a scientifically dubious contention which was once of profound concern to her. If and when you look attentively at someone unable to see you, unaware of your presence, be assured that she will soon feel uneasy and abruptly turn around to see her seer. However, before the other woman had a chance to do so, it was Metin Chetinsevas who would notice his wife Nadia standing there. With visible panic, he had jumped to his feet, struggling hard to adjust his gleefully relaxed body to this brusque shift. He had hobbled a few steps only to make it as far as the center of the room, where he had come to a full stop. In an attempt to make his body a portiere drawn in between the two women, he had stood there wriggling for a moment, not knowing which side to turn to. Not only his mind but his face too had bifurcated as he struggled to simultaneously give a cajoling smile to his lover, whom he had always treated gently, and frown at his wife, whom he was used to treating coarsely. Unable to cling on to this dual mission any longer, he had grabbed his stinking amber briefcase, along with his wife's hand, and hustled both outside. Their quarrel that night had been no shoddier than the ones before, except that it had lasted longer. His wife Nadia had hitherto been afraid at various instances that her husband might kill her, but now for the first time she had felt she too could kill him. Oddly enough, this gruesome feeling had not seemed that gruesome at all. What was truly gruesome for his wife Nadia was to know nothing about this other woman. Since she had no acquaintances among Metin Chetinsevas' colleagues, getting this precious information would be more arduous than she thought. Startlingly, she could not even describe her to anyone, for however hard she tried, the woman's face remained hazy in her memory. Still not giving up, she had made oodles of plans, each more complex than the previous one, and kept calling the studio with new excuses under different names each time. When unable to attain anything like that, she had started going to the studio every day, wasting 4 hours on the road, just to patrol around the building. She sure knew that her husband would break her legs if he ever spotted her around here, but even this dire peril had not urged her to give up. The gravest damage psychopharmacology has wrought on humanity is its obsession with cleansing the brain from its quirks. According to Professor Kandinsky, the human brain functioned like a possessive housewife priding herself on her fastidiousness. Whatever stepped inside its house, it instantly seized, remarkably vigilant of preserving her order. That, however, was no easy task since, like many such possessive housewives, so too did the brain have several unruly, cranky kids, each of whom were baptized under the name of a distinct mental defect. Whenever any one of these kids started to crawl around, sprinkling crumbs and creating a mess all over the house, the brain would crack up with apprehension, worrying about the disruption of her order. It was precisely at this point that psychopharmacology stepped into the stage. To solve the quandary, it tried to stop the toddling child, and, when that failed, it took the child by the ear and dragged him outside. If you wish to control uncontrollable movements, stop movement altogether, in order to prevent the damage thoughts might generate. Bring your patient to a state where he won't think anymore. Hundreds of drugs and dozens of practices aimed repetitively at this result. The world of medicine, notorious for deeming the physician who invented lobotomy worthy of a Nobel, muffled ear-piercing screams into an absolute silence, and favored death over life by taking from the brain's hands the boisterous children whom she indeed found troublesome but held dear nevertheless. According to Professor Kandinsky, there was infinite gain in acknowledging straight out that one could never entirely get rid of his obsessions, and all attempts to the contrary were bound to cause far more damage than good. There was nothing wrong in entering into the brain's home and playing according to her rules, as long as the movement inside was not curbed and what was hers was not appropriated from her. True, the brain could not tolerate seeing her order being upset. Nonetheless, since there was more than one room in her house and more than one memory within her memory, she could certainly confuse what she put where. The interior was like a multi-drawered nightstand. In the top drawer were the undergarments, in the drawer below the folded towels and the laundered bed sheets under that. In this scheme, wherein the place of every obsession and each mania was predetermined, one should not strive to fully get rid of a fixation somehow acquired. One could, with the aid of science or deliberate absent-mindedness, take something out of its drawer and place it in the one above. After all, the fastidious housewife the brain was, it would certainly search for a towel in the fourth drawer, and not in the fifth one, where the undergarments were. Carefully fold the towels you took out from the front lobe and then leave them in the subcortical center. Do not ever attempt to wipe out your obsessions, for it is not possible. Rather, suffice to put them at a place where you cannot find them. Let them stay in the wrong drawer. You will soon forget, until your brain accidentally finds them again one day while searching something else. Though she was well aware of making her professor's bones shudder in his grave, his wife Nadia had still refused to take her obsession from its corresponding drawer and put it somewhere else. In the following days, she had made frequent calls to the studio her husband worked in, keeping it under surveillance for hours on end. Finally, one day a voice she had not heard before but recognized instantly, intuitively, answered the phone. It was her. "Hello, how can I help you?" she had asked graciously. "Who is this?" His wife Nadia had exclaimed in a voice devoid of fury but blatantly shrill. So harshly and snappily had the question been posed that the other, taken unaware, had immediately told her name. Often, identity resembles a reflex, becoming some sort of an involuntary reaction to a stimulus. That must be why, when asked to identify themselves, quite a number of people end up involuntarily introducing themselves rather than asking back, "Who the hell are you?" Upon hearing the name pronounced, his wife Nadia had hung up on her. Once having learned the name and workplace of her competitor, it had been painless to discover the rest. Before long she was holding 2 bunches of information about the woman whose details she now had in her possession. First of all, just like Metin Chetinseves, she did voiceovers on TV. Secondly, she currently did the voiceover for the leading character in a soap opera titled The Oleander of Passion. On the following day, before the news was broadcast, his wife Nadia had sat down in the divan with burgundy patterns on a mauve background, the reupholstering of which she constantly put off, and watched in complete calmness an episode of The Oleander of Passion. When it was over, she decided that she simply loathed it. The plot was so absurd and the dialogues so jumbled that even the actors seemed to be suffering. Nonetheless, the next day and at the same time, there she was once again in front of the TV. Ever Since then, with every passing day and every concluding episode, her commitment, if not immersion, had escalated. Academics researching housewives' addiction to soap operas tend to overlook this, but there can be a variety of reasons for becoming a viewer, some of which are not at all palpable. Before she knew it, his wife Nadia had become a regular viewer of the Oleander of Passion. Soon the soap opera occupied such a prominent place in her daily life that she could barely endure the weekends when it was not broadcast. She hardly questioned her fixation and barely attempted to overcome it. She solely and simply watched, just like that, and months later, as she sat there watching the 87th episode, she could not help the voice and image of Loretta jumble in her brain. Though satisfactory failure was an oxymoron, there could still be unsatisfactory successes in life. Professor Kandinsky was fond of saying he was both unsatisfied and successful, which was better off than many others, he would add, especially those who were both satisfied and successful, for that specific condition was germane to either the dim-witted or the exceptionally lucky. As excess luck ultimately stupefied, the end result was the same. Nevertheless, toward the end of his life, the professor too had tasted a breakdown. Both the dissatisfaction and the failure grabbing him stemmed from the same cause, the theory of the threshold skipping species, a project he had been working on for 4 years. Even when wiped out by a catastrophe, bugs still retained an amazing immunity to anything that threatened them with utter extinction. Around 1946, they seemed to have been resilient to only 2 types of insecticides, whereas by the end of the century they had developed resistance to more than 100 kinds of insecticides. The species that managed to triumph over a chemical formula skipped a threshold. Not only were they unaffected by the poisons that had destroyed their predecessors, but they ended up, in the long run, producing new species. The crucial issue, Professor Kandinsky maintained, was not as much to discover how on earth bugs acquired this particular knowledge as to discover knowledge in its entirety. According to him, those premonitions that were a long source of disappointment for the Enlightenment thinkers, who regarded the social and the natural sciences as one totality, would be realized in the century that was just arriving, along with its catastrophes. Humans too were sooner or later bound to skip a threshold. Not because they were God's beloved servants, as the pious believed, not because they possessed the adequate mental capacity, as the rationalists assumed, but mainly because they too were condemned to the same circle of knowledge as God and bugs. The societal nature of bugs' lives and the intuitive nature of human civilizations had been attached to each other within the same durable chain, sociobiology. Consequently, just as artists weren't as inventive as supposed, nor was nature aloof from craftsmanship. To stay alive, whenever they could, cockroaches and writers drew water from the same pool of knowledge and intuition. I doubt if they have read even the first page. Professor Kandinsky had roared when the news of his report being rejected had reached him. It was a week before his death. They had sat side by side on the steps of the little used exit door of the laboratory where they worked together, a colossal building where Russia's gifted biologists worked systematically for 13 hours a day. Yet from a distance, it was hard to tell how huge it was, for it had been built 3 floors under the ground. Since the feeling of being among the chosen brings people closer to each other, everyone inside was highly polite to one another. Only Professor Kandinsky was unaffected by the molecules of graciousness circulating in the air. Not only did he decline to smile at others, but also sealed his lips except when forced to utter a few words. He had little tolerance for people, the only exception being Nadia Anissimovna, who had been his assistant for 9 years and who had won his confidence with her submissiveness as much as her industriousness. Professor Kandinsky was as cantankerous and reticent as he was glum and impatient. Deep down, Nadia Anissimovna suspected he was not as grumpy as he seemed, and even if he was, he had probably turned into a wreck of nerves only as a result of conducting electrically charged experiments day and night for years. Even back in those days, she couldn't help but seek plausible excuses for the coarse behavior of those she loved. They don't know what they're doing to me. Failure isn't a virus I'm acquainted with. I have no resistance to it. 2 security guards were smoking further down by the gray walls surrounding the wide field of the laboratory. The gale was blowing so hard that their smoke could not hover in the air for even a second. Some nights I hear the bugs laughing at me, Nadia, but I cannot see them. In my dreams I meander into the empty pantries of empty houses. The bugs manage to escape just before the strike of lightning or the start of an earthquake. They migrate in marching armies. Right now, even as we speak, they are here somewhere near. They never stop. A week later, he was found dead in his house, an electrical leakage, a unfussy end. Nadia Anissimovna always reckoned he had died at the most appropriate moment. Fortunately, he would never learn what had happened to his laboratory. First, the experiments had been stopped due to financial restrictions, and then numerous people were fired. Nadia Anissimovna also received her share of this turmoil. When she met Metin, she had been unemployed for 8 months. Metin was a total nuisance, one of the last types a woman would like to fall in love with. Unfortunately, Nadia Anissimovna was so inexperienced with men that even after spending hours with him, she had still not realized she was with one of the last types a woman would like to fall in love with. Anyhow, that night, she had been dazed by the incomprehensible enormity, the bold crowds, and the ceaseless booming noise of the discotheque she had stepped into for the first time, had thrown up all the drinks she had, and was therefore in no condition to realize anything. She was there by chance, having been dragged by one of her girlfriends, from whom she hoped to borrow money by the end of the night. Metin was among a group of businessmen coming from Istanbul. By the 10th minute of their encounter, before Nadia Anissimovna could comprehend what was going on, the tables were joined, women she was not acquainted with were added to these men she did not know, and a deluge of drinks was ordered. While the rest of the table rejoiced in laughing at everything, she had shrunk into one corner and drank as never before in her life. A little later, when everyone else scampered onto the dance floor in pairs, she saw a swarthy man sitting still, distressed and lonely just like her. She smiled. So did he. Encouraged by these smiles, they exchanged a few words. Both spoke English. Terribly. Yet English is the only language in the world capable of giving the impression that it might be spoken with a little push, even when one has barely any knowledge of it. Thus in the following hours, rolling their eyes as if hoping for the words they sought to descend from the ceiling, snapping their fingers and drawing imaginary pictures in the air with their hands, doodling on napkins, sketching symbols on each other's palms, giggling whenever they paused, opening up whenever they giggled, and continuously nodding their heads up and down, Nadia Anissimovna and Metin plunged into one long, deep conversation. Rather than marry a Turk, I'd lick a crammed full ashtray on an empty stomach every morning. You can lick whatever you want, Nadia Anissimovna had replied impishly. Not that which goeth into the mouth defileth a man, but that which cometh out of the mouth, this defileth a man. Do not recklessly scatter in my kitchen the teachings of Jesus as if they were epigrams of that untrustworthy professor of yours, her aunt had bellowed, as she blew on the ladle she had been stirring for the last 15 minutes in a greenish soup. You know nothing about him, Nadia Anisimovna had muttered, shrugging her shoulders. Only prejudice. I can assure you that I do know what I need to know, honey, her aunt had pontificated, sprinkling salt in concentric circles onto the pot. And if you had not wasted your most beautiful years chasing ants with a good-for-nothing nutter, you too would know what I know. She pulled a stool by the oven and, jangling her bracelets, kept stirring the soup. Due to varicose veins, she could not stand up for more than 10 minutes. At least you must know that. Turks don't drink wine, she said with a distraught expression, but it was hard to determine what distressed her more, the subject matter or the soups. Still refusing to boil. Desperate to object, Nadia Anisimovna had started to recount, though with a dash of exaggeration, the whiskeys, beers and vodkas her future husband had consumed at the discotheque, refraining from mentioning how he had mixed them all and the outcome. Whiskey is another story. Do they drink wine? Tell me about that. No, they don't. If they did, they wouldn't have destroyed the fountain of Leon the Sage. When they captured Zavagorod, the fountain gushing wine for 300 years was razed to the ground when the Turks got hold of it. Why did they destroy that gorgeous fountain? Because it gushed wine instead of water. The Turks tore down its wall with axes. Idiots! They thought they would unearth a cellar crammed with barrels of wine somewhere down there, but you know what they found instead? A bunch of grapes. Hear me well, Nadia, I say a bunch of grapes. And only 3 among them had been squeezed. Apparently, with only 1 grape, wine flowed out of the fountain for a century. What did the Turks do when they saw this miracle? Did they appreciate it? No way. They demolished the walls, broke the fountain and even destroyed the grape bunches. They don't honor wine, don't honor things sacred and don't honor the sage. Still grumbling, she had shaken the ladle toward her niece. They don't honor women anyhow. When coming to Istanbul, Nadia Anisimovna had not fantasized at all about the milieu that would be awaiting her. In spite of this, she couldn't help feeling disappointed when she saw Bonbon Palace for the first time. Not that the apartment building she was going to live in from now on was more dilapidated than the ones she had lived in so far. If anything, it was more or less the same. That was the issue anyhow, this sameness. For moving somewhere brand new only to encounter there a pale replica of your old life is a good reason to be disappointed. To top it all, there was neither a sandy beach nearby nor a job for an entomologist, but the gravest problem was Metin himself. For one thing, he had lied. He did not even have a proper job. He made a living by doing minor voiceovers at irregular intervals for various TV channels. In addition, he occasionally went to weddings, circumcision ceremonies, or birthday parties of affluent families to perform the shadow theater Karagaz. He kept his reeking leather puppets in his amber-colored briefcase, but lately Bonbon Palace had started to stink so awfully that the smell of the leather puppets was nothing compared to the smell of garbage surrounding the apartment building. To cap it all, his wife Nadia soon realized how badly mistaken her aunt had been. Metin glugged down low-price, low-quality wine at a Rate even the miraculous grapes of Leon the sage could not compensate for. When drunk he lost not only his temper but also the ability to work. If doing a voiceover, he forgot the text. If performing with the shadow theater, he stirred up a ruckus by making his puppets talk gobbledygook, peppered with slang and slander. At the weddings he attended, as he played the puppets, behind the shadow screen he gobbled down every drink in his reach, causing a disgrace by the end of the day. Once he had been kicked out for hurling from the mouth of the puppet named Hasavat, lascivious jokes and loudish insinuations about the groom in front of the guests. Since those witnessing his scandals never gave him work again, he incessantly had to set up new job contacts. Still, Nadia Anissimovna did not go back. She stayed here at Bonbon Palace. Even she herself could not fathom when and how she had internalized the role of a housewife. She had started performing temporarily, with the idea that this would only be until she found an appropriate job. One day the writing on a wedding invitation captivated her attention. "We wish Metin Chetensevas and his wife Nadia to join us on our happiest day." She stared at the letter blankly there, and then realizing that she was not Nadia Anissimovna anymore, not Nadia Chetensevas either, but his wife Nadia. Though shaken by this discovery, she still did not attempt to make any significant changes in her life. The days had for so long been impossible to tell apart, as if they were all photocopies of a particular day now long gone. She cooked, cleaned the house, watched TV, looked at old photographs, and, when bored, she made something other housewives might not know much about: potato lamps that lit up without being plugged in. Both Professor Kandinsky and his threshold-skipping species had remained behind in another life. Why can't I remember my past? I wish I knew who I was. Why can't I remember? Why? Moaned Loretta, spinning in her hands the daisy which was in her hair a minute ago. You're searching for it in the wrong drawer, honey. Look at the one below, the one below, yelled his wife Nadia, without noticing that she repeated the gesture on the screen, spinning in her hands the latest potato lamp she had fabricated. It was precisely then that she heard a sound by the door. He was coming. Earlier than usual today. He would probably munch a bit, take a nap, and then go out again in the evening, taking his smelly briefcase with him. You could never tell when would he come or leave, but no matter what hour of the day it was, he never cared to ring the doorbell. As the key wiggled in the lock, his wife Nadia grabbed the remote and switched the channel. When Metin Chetensevas appeared at the door, Loretta had already been replaced by a cooking program. A woman with a wide forehead, round face, and a remarkable mustache was busy tasting the spinach au gratin she had just removed from the oven. Flat number 1, Musa, Mariam, Muhammet. Keeping an eye on the door for Muhammet's return, Mariam embraced her swollen belly with her dimpled arms and heaved a deep sigh. That day, she had again had success in sending her son to school, but God knows what he would look like when he returned home. In the beginning, Muhammet used to tell her in great detail everything that happened in school, be it good or bad. Yet he had sunk into errant silence over time. What her son did not put into words, Mariam heard anyhow from his troubled eyes, or the split seams and ripped out buttons of his school outfit, or the bruises on his arms. As she listened, her worries soared. The thought that somebody might be hitting her son, be it a child or a grown-up, killed her. His own father had not yet given him a flick. Only Mariam, she alone had slapped him a few times, may Allah forgive her, and occasionally pinched him too, but that was different. As a Matter of fact, ever since she had discovered that others had been roughing up her son, Miriam had refrained from even this minimal disciplining. When in her mind's eye she saw children raining blows on her son, her blood boiled. There was a time when she thought it was nothing other than a simple scuffle among children, and yet weeks and months had passed without any change for good. What infuriated Miriam the most was not so much her son's being smacked by his peers as seeing how he gradually became indifferent to torment. As to why her son was relentlessly bullied, she had a hard time unraveling. Was it because he was a janitor's son? But she had sounded out the neighborhood kinfolk who held the same job and found out that their children faced no such calamity at school. What else then? Muhammet was neither fatter nor uglier nor more dim-witted than the other kids, so why couldn't he struggle against the wicked? In despair she eyed her swollen belly. The answer, she knew too well, was right under her nose. It was because of Musa. Blood takes after blood, they said. Muhammet was his father's son, brazenly compliant and docile. Even a wee bit of his mother's splendid bulk had not been bequeathed to him. He was so tiny, so short and wiry. For years she had force-fed the boy 5 times a day, making him eat a soft-boiled egg every morning, but to no avail. Not only had he not put on weight or grown taller, he still looked at least 2 years younger than his peers. True, Muhammet had always been petite, but his frame had shrunk visibly since he had started elementary school and thereafter to butt into the barricade of his peers' scorn. When Muhammet put on the school outfit that was tailored a size larger so that he could still wear it in the years to follow, and shouldered that huge knapsack of his, so noticeably did he dwindle that everyone who saw him in that state scolded Miriam for not waiting another year before sending him to school. When next to his peers, Muhammet's rentiness became all the more striking, as if he was held under a magnifying glass. He was the smallest child in his class and, of course, in the entire school. Had this been the only problem, Miriam would not have made such an issue of it. She would have simply patched over her yearning for a son as robust as a pine tree and awe-inspiring as a sultan's skiff, one who could squeeze the water out of a stone and make whomever he frowned at shake in their shoes, yet at the same time possessed a heart so soft to take care of his by then senile mother. Despite Miriam's visions, not only had Muhammet proved to be his father's son in terms of physical frame, he had started to acquire the latter's habits as well. Oddly enough, even though from cradle to school he had been glued to his mother and had an at all times asleep or sleepy man for a father, as soon as released from his mother's wings, the person Muhammet ended up taking after was none other than his father. That was what troubled Miriam the most. After all, she firmly believed that if Musa had a roof over his head and a job to keep him fed, it was all thanks to her. Musa had hitherto been able to stand on his feet precisely because he had handed himself over to his wife. What if his son was not so lucky? What if life did not present Muhammet with another Miriam? Then there was no way could he survive in Istanbul. This city would give him a beating worse than the one he now got from his peers. Lost in her thoughts, Miriam started to grind her teeth. This she did rarely. Now, only when truly distraught or confused. Yet as a child she used to grind her teeth so much at nights that she would wake up everyone in the household. Her great-grandmother was alive then, alive and so old that her emaciated body had been entirely cleansed of the dual malady of angst and haste. One day she had sat Miriam down to warn her that only when she learned to be patient could she ever leave her teeth alone, otherwise she would be of no use in life, and just as she robbed people of their sleep today, she would rob them of their peace of mind tomorrow. The way to learn to be patient was through learning how to fill up a patient's sack. This required an empty sack, which should be left somewhere high, tied sidewise to the end of a stick like a banner. Miriam, who was no older than Muhammet at that time, had listened to this counsel attentively and fast as a rabbit climbed up the roof of the coal cellar in the garden, where she hung an empty sack to a broom with great difficulty. As the wind blew, the empty sack would accumulate various things inside, filling up bit by bit in time. As such, the only thing Miriam was expected to do was wait without doing anything, and as she waited, to make sure she did not forget what she was waiting for. This was what they called patience. Yet even at that age Miriam was impulsive, not to mention alarmingly impatient. Whenever faced with a challenge, she would do everything in her power to beat it. Filling up the patient's sack had been no exception. In the days to follow, she would check the sack first thing in the morning, only to come down the ladder disappointed each time. The burden of not doing anything was so unbearable that each night in her sleep she would carry buckets of soil to fill sack upon sack. As this dream labor had made her teeth grating even worse than before, the nights had turned into a nightmare for the entire household. Her great-grandmother was despondent, her grandmother baffled, and her mother infuriated. All three women kept talking about a prophet named Ayub. "Okay, I'll wait, but tell me for how long?" Miriam wanted to know. "Until the sack fills up by itself," suggested her great-grandmother. "Until you are ready," snarled her grandmother. "Until the sack is filled and you are ready," concluded her mother. In the meanwhile, her father, sick and tired of the 4 generations of women at the house and this sack business of theirs, which was getting nowhere, had already brought down the wooden ladder. Waiting. Without doing anything, counting for nothing in her book, Miriam had only been able to endure 2 weeks without climbing to look inside the sack. After 2 weeks, when no one was at home, she had carried the kitchen table out to the garden, placed a chair on top, hopped onto the roof of the coal cellar and stuck her head inside the sack of patience. Then and there she had seen the outcome of what they call patience: dry leaves, thorny shrubs, broken branches, and 2 dead butterflies. Such were the rewards of those who endured either a handful of dry twigs or the lethal wounds of the prophet Ayub. That was it. After that day, she had stopped peeping into the sack and had never given it a second thought. Waiting leniently was not meant for her. Had that not been the case, Miriam would not have married Musa but waited instead for Isa, her favorite among her other suitors, to return from Istanbul. However, instead of waiting for Isa to come back God knows when, she had decided to come to Istanbul herself, and to this end married Musa, dragging him along. Unfortunately, once they were back in the city, things had not gone at all as she had expected. Realizing Musa wasn't going to be able to cope with Istanbul, Miriam had found herself remembering, after all these years, her great-grandmother's patience sack. There was no way she was going to sit back and wait for the wind to fill up the sack, Musa to mature, and life to bring them a few dead butterflies or dry twigs. Instead, she would take charge of their destiny. As for Musa, his wife's industriousness, enterprising skill, and willpower would leave a chilling effect on his nerves, rendering him more and more weak-kneed, sluggish, and pessimistic. Subsequently, once in Istanbul, Musa and Miriam had turned into 2 opposite tides, just like the waters of the Bosphorus. This contrast in their dispositions was further reflected in their appearance. In the years to follow, while Miriam, tall and big boned to start with, gained day by day more and more weight, Musa shrunk like a hand-knitted sweater laundered in the wrong cycle. Not that Miriam expected anything from her husband, having by now resigned herself to the man he had become. At night, half an hour before the arrival of the garbage truck, she collected the bagged trash from the flats of the Flea Palace and distributed in the morning their bread and newspaper. The latter she finished early in the morning so there would be time left for her scuffle with Muhammet, as well as for fortune-telling. She lingered before work while having her coffee, but once she got going, did not easily stop. 5 days a week she went to 5 different flats for house cleaning. Though by now in the 5th month of her pregnancy, the sum total of her activities had not lessened a bit. Perhaps she now went up the stairs more slowly, but that was all. Her energy resembled her weight, however much she ran around it didn't decrease a bit. Similarly, her fortitude resembled her energy. Like a machine in perpetual motion, she kept turning her own wheel. Every so often it occurred to her she would actually be better off without Musa. Had she received the news that Musa was dead hit by a car, she would, of course, have been distraught with sorrow, but her life would not go astray. In point of fact, it would not even change. Yet if she were the one hit, Musa would be smashed to smithereens as if the car had hit not his wife's body but the mainspring of his own life and livelihood. Though Miriam struggled hard not to think such inauspicious things, she couldn't help doing so, and the more her pregnancy moved ahead, the more fixated she became on the ghastly thoughts parading full force in her mind. Lately she had been more and more scared of outlandish apprehensions, having nightmares upon nightmares, waking up every morning her heart pummeling, agonized by the thought that something ominous might happen at any moment. Given her score in the patient's sack episode, how could she be expected to wait passively for evil to come her way? Thus she took precautions. If researchers conducting ethnological analyses on the birth, customs and beliefs in Turkey had, instead of surveying each and every village and town, simply come across Miriam, they would indeed have obtained the same data with much less expense and effort. Miriam's package of precautions concerning birth came under 3 clusters. 1. Never do those things that should never be done. 2. Be careful in doing those things that need caution. 3. Do those things that are felicitous as much as possible. Those things that should never be done had no explanation and no justification for their categorization. Just as one should not clip nails at night, one should not interpret dreams then either. As the mysteries of dreams are barely comprehensible even in plain daylight, how could one possibly interpret them in the darkness of the night? Miriam never left her nail clippings around, always throwing them into the toilet to make sure no one else would get hold of them. Likewise, she frequently checked and collected the hairs on hairbrushes and then burnt them. If a single strand of her hair accidentally fell someplace outside her house, she would immediately pick it up and put it in her bosom. She was particularly sensitive about hair and nails, holding the belief that these were the only 2 things in the human body which continued to live for some time even after the body they belonged to passed away. According to Miriam, you shouldn't take a knife from anyone's hand, leave a pair of scissors open, bring to the tip of your tongue the name of the living while passing by a cemetery, speak of animals in a room where the Quran was kept, mumble a song, and if possible, you shouldn't even open your mouth when waking up to go to the bathroom where the jinni gather at night, or kill spiders. The list of the things you should avoid doing extended interminably, and births were accorded a special place on this list. Women had to be watched both during pregnancy and for 40 days after the birth, and the placenta of the baby needed to be buried deep under earth. Though Miriam had not been able to convince that spectacled, cold fish of a physician to dig a hole for Muhammet's placenta in the garden of the hospital, where she had given birth, thanks to the goofy nurse she had eventually emerged triumphant. Deaths, too, were as sensitive as births. When visiting someone on their deathbed, Miriam addressed the patient by different names, one after another, to bamboozle the angel of death. If she still could not fool Azrael and the patient died, she would give away every single item of the deceased's clothing to a peddler of old clothes whom the former had never met. If the peddler committed the mistake of uttering a few words of courtesy about the departed one, she would instantly take the clothes away from him to give them to another. After all, anonymity lay at the essence of the profession of peddlerhood. On a peddler's cart, one should never know which goods were left by whom. In point of fact, one should not even think that they once upon a time belonged to someone. The noble task of delivering familiar clothes to unfamiliar people was incumbent upon the peddler. Ultimately, while those who gave away these clothes needed to get rid of their past, those who purchased them didn't want to know anything about that past. In between the two groups of people crisscrossed the peddlers, cleansing personal items of all the memories they had gone through and the poignant ends they had met, so that they could start life anew. That's the way it had to be, so that the old could yield the new and death engender life. Actually, if asked to name the most consecrated professions on earth, Miriam would name the peddler before the teacher or the physician. Not that she wanted Muhammet to become a packman, but she sure felt deep affection for these men carting away the remnants of a dispersed home or a departed acquaintance, to then bring from afar others' goods, and thus steadily, spontaneously mixing up bits and pieces of Istanbul's 7 hills and motley communities. As for the things that required care, it was better not to do them at all. But if you had to, you should at least take precautions. One should refrain from sewing a cloth on a person, for instance. Alternatively, one should bring in object that could counterbalance any misfortune the needle might bring. That's why whenever Miriam sewed a cloth on someone's body, she would put a wooden spoon in her mouth. If she accidentally broke a mirror, she would instantly go and buy another one, and since fire could be fought with fire, smash that mirror into pieces as well. Nonetheless, she would rather have as little contact as possible with mirrors, each being a silvered sealed gate to the unknown, since she deemed it inauspicious to see one's image repeatedly. The only mirror in their house always faced the wall. As for normal doors, she paid great care when passing through them. Even cemeteries did not scare her as much as thresholds. When passing through a door, she would never ever step on the threshold, opening her legs to the widest step possible and always with the right foot first. Differentiating her right from her left was a constant concern for her anyhow. When at the table, she would place a piece of bread to her right side to feed the eyes of those who coveted the bounty of their table, reserving her left hand for the dirtiest jobs. She took great care to turn from her right when someone called her name on the street, hung up her clothing from right to left as if writing in Arabic, and always made sure she got up from the right side of the bed, though this inevitably meant that Musa would have to get up from the left side. He did not seem to care about this as long as his sleep was uninterrupted. All day long, Miriam collected premonitions and read signs. It was good portend if her right eye twitched, but she instantly got wary if her left eye did. So, a ringing in her right ear was good news, but she would start to worry about her fate when the ringing was in the left one. Itchy feet was a sign of a journey on the way, itchy palms meant money, and an itchy throat suggested a tight spot. If she got goosebumps, Miriam suspected that jinn were nearby. As for tea leaves, if an unexpected tea leaf escaped the sieve and appeared in her tea, Miriam would expect a visitor that same day. From the leaf's shape, she would try to surmise the identity of the guest, and from its color, their intention. If a dog howled after midnight, she forlornly concluded someone would soon be dead. Yet she was no longer as resolute about this matter as she used to be since a dopey, skin and bones medical student had moved into the flat across from hers with his ogre of a dog. Miriam resorted to the coffee cup in order to find out the calamities beyond her grasp. Morning coffee was reserved for fortune-telling, and night coffee for the simple pleasure of drinking it. Recently she had formed the habit of topping up her night coffee with 3 thimblefuls of banana liqueur. It was that blue mistress in flat 8 who had introduced her to this liqueur business. There were all types of liqueur there, lined up with olive oil, bottles of all sizes. She had made Miriam taste each and every one. The raspberry was scrumptious, and the mint left a pleasant freshness in one's mouth, but it was the banana liqueur that Miriam had relished the most and could have drunk in heaps if only she weren't concerned about harming the baby. Mistaking Miriam's hesitation for fear of sin, the mistress had chuckled. Who says a liqueur is an alcoholic drink? Miriam had instantly grabbed onto this explanation. A liqueur was not an alcoholic drink after all. If you like them so much, go ahead and take the banana liqueurs with you, the mistress had urged. Her man brought new ones anyhow. Miriam had seen him a couple of times, old enough to be her father and married on top of it. She had made no comment on the matter, however, for she considered private matters truly private. Yet there were other things she could hardly stay away from, no matter how much she tried. The evil eye, for instance. It was like an echo. Just as one could not detect the original voice behind an echo, one could not track down the source of the evil eye either. Fearing an attack from 4 different directions in 40 different ways, Miriam had equipped every corner of the house with preventive measures. On the walls, she hung evil eye beads, prayer placards, horseshoes. She sprinkled and scattered holy water from Mecca, salt lumps or blessed black cumin seeds under the pillows, behind doors, and especially in Muhammet's pockets. She kept tortoise shells, crab legs and horse chestnuts over the thresholds, and had charms written on almonds, dates, copper plates, all types of paper and animal skins. By now, both Musa and Muhammet had become accustomed to living with this ever expanding hodgepodge concoction of items, most of which constantly changed location. Still, none of these precautions could ease Miriam's fear of the evil eye even a wee bit. At different times during the day, when a sudden sorrow settled in her heart, she instantly broke a plate inside the kitchen sink. If hot water cracked a glass cup, she concluded the curse of the evil eye was on her family and spun salt over fire. When she bumped into someone whose eyes looked menacingly blue, she surreptitiously covered Muhammet's face with her hands, and if Muhammet happened to be away, closed her own eyes thinking of him. The thought that the curse of the evil eye might touch upon her son terrified her. Thus, ever since he was a baby, Muhammet lived his life going around with amulets pinned to his undershirt and blessed black cumin seeds in his pockets, finding papers covered with Miriam's scrawl under his pillow, getting under a sheet once every 10 days. Its 4 corners held by 4 women, while melted lead in cold water was poured over his head to break a spell. Muhammet would readily endure all of these things as long as he was not forced to eat eggs. Having spent the interval between 6 months and 6 years being spoon-fed a soft-boiled egg every damn morning, Muhammet had a small problem with eggs. What he found even worse than their taste was their shells being used as complaint petitions. Every morning, once the egg was eaten and the shell was sparklingly clean inside, Miriam had penned on the shell whatever complaint had been left over from the day before. Yesterday Muhammet lied to his mother, but he will never ever do so again. Yesterday he did not want to eat his egg, but he will never ever do so again. Yesterday Muhammet cursed the auntie who poured the lead, but he will never ever do so again. These empty eggshells were each time thrown to the birds so that they could take these complaints to the two angel clerks recording on their celestial registers all the sins and good deeds committed on earth. Until the day he started elementary school, every morning before breakfast Muhammet would peek out of the window to see his winged informants. Yet each time he did this, the only species of birds he could spy were either the screeching sparrows perched upon the branches of the rose acacia in the garden or the ugly crows recklessly hunting the streets. There was also the caged canary inside the window of flat number 4, but that bird could not even flap its wings, let alone fly. It was the seagulls Muhammet was suspicious of. He spotted them as they dug into the garbage bags accumulating by the side of the garden wall. In the damp breath of lodos, they drew circles as they descended onto the trash piles, and it seemed to Muhammet that each time they chanced upon a precious piece of information they would then glide into the sky squawking with pleasure. At nights, they gathered together on the roofs to watch the sins committed in the apartment buildings of Istanbul. Unlike his father, seagulls never went to sleep. Flat number 2, Sidar and Gaba. He opened the door with a grim look on his face. It was not screwing up the anatomy exam that upset him so much, but the fact that he had taken the anatomy exam in the first place, knowing only too well he would screw it up. He now profoundly regretted that when waking this morning, on realizing the alarm clock had again failed to go off, rather than hitting the pillow he had scurried out of the house and paid for a cab to boot. He even more profoundly regretted that after the exam he had joined his friends, who were clustered like pigeons flocking to wheat, to learn how each had answered every single question, to then complain unanimously about the instructor and then the whole university structure. To top it all off, once having joined them, he had ended up spending the entire day in cafes amidst non-stop chatter. Now he regretted all the energy he had so lavishly squandered. Energy, Sidar reckoned, was a finite commodity, like an eye lotion in a tiny dropper. Accordingly, he spent no more than 2 drops a day, one to wake up in the morning and the other to go to sleep at night. Closing the outside door behind him without turning on the hall light, he found himself engulfed in darkness. He must have forgotten to draw the curtains back when he left hurriedly in the morning. Not that it would have made much difference, as its miniature windows were at ground level. This squat, narrow basement floor could get only a morsel of light. Cursing the dimwit who had placed the switch 2 meters further in from the entrance, Sidar wobbled in. He could not get far, however, as his passage was blocked by the hefty silhouette emerging behind him. As the two bumped into one another, Sidar lost his balance, lurched forward, hitting his head against the thick pipe passing right through the middle of the living room. Scared out of his mind, he reached the switch and frowned at Gaba, having got what he wanted. Gaba, on the other hand, was happily chewing on the cimet he had snatched from his pocket. Rubbing his head, Sidar reclined on the sofa. Since the dirty, dusty pipe passed right through the middle of the living room, which also served as his bedroom, dining room, and study, just at his ear level, he kept banging his head at the same spot. Just this morning, while rushing to leave the house, he had bumped his head again, and if it went on like this he would soon have a bump there. Fortunately, as soon as he stretched out on the sofa, his grumpiness faded out. He so much enjoyed being at home. Here he could stay, away from the turmoil that plagued every corner in Istanbul, as long as he was home. Contrary to the world outside, he could remain entirely still and utterly calm, just like Gaba did when his hunger was fully satiated. It was particularly during late afternoon periods that the insularity reigning in Flat 2 became all the more blatant. Around this time every day, an excruciating mayhem swallowed Bonbon Palace, as the immediate surroundings assumed the hullabaloo of a fairground, synchronized by the brazen honks of the cars caught in traffic, the howls of the children playing at the park and the yells of the street peddlers. The melange of sound seeped in through the cracks and crevices of Bonbon Palace, getting hold of each and every flat except this one. It wasn't only the clamor that failed to penetrate Flat 2, the heat waves could not break through either. Getting almost no sunlight, the house was cool as a cellar during the summer when all other flats burned up. Likewise, the sour smell of garbage tormenting all the other residents was least detectable down here. The truth is that when Bonbon Palace was built, Flat 2 had been designed not as a residence but a storage area, and had been used as such for many years. However, after the death of the owner, when the control of the apartment building had passed on to his daughter, who had preferred to take care of everything from afar, this place too had received its share in the changes that occurred, each more problematic than the former. During the disarray that had prevailed, such huge fights had erupted when each and every neighbor attempted to pile their unused personal belongings up in this narrow space, that no one had the good fortune to use it for a long time. In the end, upon the instructions received from France, this stumpy, narrow, single-room basement floor was rented out at half the amount of rent of the other flats. From then on, a myriad of people had taken shelter here, people blatantly different from one another but with poverty and bachelorhood in common. Among these were, in the following order, a local radio news announcer living on chicken sandwiches 3 times a day, a depressed accountant whose best friend had snatched away his entire bank account, along with his wife of 8 years, an army deserter who turned the TV on full blast during Ramadan, making everyone listen to sermons and hymns, a fishy fellow whose job no one had been able to guess at or dared ask about, and a droll artist who used the place as an art studio, painting the legs, ankles, and shoes he watched from the window. Among all the tenants Flat 2 had seen thus far, the cat prophet, who had moved in next, was the one who had left behind the most in terms of traces and smell. After the cat prophet, Sidar had appeared with his St. Bernard breed dog. As he, unlike the previous tenants, barely had any belongings, though it had for so long been accustomed to being chock-full, Flat 2 was now going through the most barren phase in its saga. Gaba was such a bizarre dog, a walking contrast when compared with his breed, famous for their ability to go for days without water and food, to sense impending danger and make life safer for their owners, trace narcotics stashed away in secluded corners, rescue the victims trapped under debris, and keep faithful company to the children, the blind and all those in need of aid. If there was one thing in the world Gaba could not possibly stand, it was hunger. His was a bottomless stomach and a never-to-be-satiated appetite. If left without food for a couple of hours, let alone a day, he would create havoc by chewing on whatever came to his paws, be it an anatomy book, a wooden chair or a plastic pail. He would pull all sorts of tricks just to get an additional morsel. Once having filled his stomach, however, he would lay in the corner, huge, fuzzy and dead still as a stuffed bear, with no trace left of the oomph from a moment ago. Perhaps because he withheld even a dab of enthusiasm for food from all other spheres of daily life, there was no activity He enjoyed not even being taken out for walks. Sidar might have suspected Gaba was going deaf with age if it weren't for the fact that he did not seem to experience any difficulty in hearing sounds that were of significance to him, such as the rattle of the dog food poured into a bowl, the crackle of a tin can being opened, or the footsteps of Miriam bringing bread in the morning. Deep down, Sidar felt guilty, having shoved this majestic dog of the Jura Mountains into a dingy basement in a dilapidated apartment building in one of the most jam-packed neighborhoods in Istanbul. How could he expect him to behave normally? If the truth be told, part of this guilt stemmed from his guess that all the pastries with opium poppy and cakes with hashish he had made Gaba eat, at first simply for the fun of it and then because he had become addicted, might have a role in the dog's lassitude, not to mention the impact of the second-hand smoke all throughout these years. Such were the brief contours of the pangs of conscience that gnawed Sidar deep inside. Gaba was matchless in the eyes of Sidar, the one and only. Actually, there was only one of everything in this house: one Gaba, one Sidar, one computer, one sofa, one chair, one armchair, one table, one lamp, one pot, one sheet, one pencil. When an item was worn out, the book had been read, or the CD had become tedious, only then was a second item acquired, and the old would be either immediately thrown away or chewed to smithereens by Gaba. Yet the plainness of the place came to an abrupt end at the ceiling, as if cut off by a knife. Onto the surface of the ceiling Sidar had posted, nailed, taped, or pinned on top of one another black and white pictures clipped from various journals. These included some of his parents' letters, Nazim Hikmet's My Funeral Procession, fanzines he had gathered from here and there, fanzines he had made himself, strips from Art Spiegelman's Mouse, a gigantic Dead Kennedys poster, the picture of a ship trying to make its way through fog, taken from an old photograph and used as a menu cover at a restaurant he had dined in a couple of times upon his arrival in Istanbul, never to visit again after getting used to the price difference between Istanbul and Switzerland and realizing how expensive it was. Pages torn from the Batman Dark Knight series, a black t-shirt with the receipt for Hate Tour of Bad Religion printed in front, an anti-drug campaign poster with letters made with pills writing Ma vi put etri different, photographs of Gaba as a puppy, the enlarged photocopy of Goya's Boogeyman is Coming, collage with quotations plucked from Turan's essay on Meister Eckhart, sketch of the health goddess Hadji with her rounded breasts, soft belly and the big snake she wound around her necklines from Allen Ginsberg's Kaddish, a sign that instructed, a civilized person does not spit on the ground. You should not either. A placard he had painstakingly removed one night when stoned, Wittgenstein's photograph taken right before his death, a faded picture of Otto Weininger, a poster of Spider-Man squatting down to watch the city from the top of one of the towers of the World Trade Center. Right next to it a photograph of the moment of explosion when the second plane dove into the towers on September 2001, words from a song of the band This Mortal Coil, self-portrait of the Turkish philosopher Nazan Tevfik with a tag saying nothing hanging on his neck, newspaper clips about Robbie Fowler, midterm exam with Come and See Me, immediately written on it with red ink, a faded computer printout of Leonora Carrington's Zoroaster meets his image in the garden, collages made with all sorts of prescriptions and Xanax boxes, an advertisement with the writing, do not fool around with your son's future. Circumcision requires sensitivity. Sensitive is our middle name. Leave us all your circumcision business, as well as a passport picture of a bushy mustache. Beetle-browed scientific circumciser, a poster he had chanced upon while wandering around the streets of Fadi and, being unable to remove it from the wall, had to go and personally procure it from the address written on it. Cassette covers of Kino recordings he had once made, photograph of the Ashbone tar train wreck which became the collective grave to 400 people in Egypt on February 2002, notes of Walter Benjamin from the Moscow Diary, reproductions of William Blake's drafts of Songs of Innocence, cartoons of Selçuk clipped from Manière de Voir, one of Freud's later photographs wherein he did not stare into the camera. Engravings from the Lisbon earthquake/Istanbul postcards, a family picture taken exactly 13 years ago at the Haydarpasa train station before leaving Turkey, notes with phone numbers or messages, and last but not least, the silver necklace with a black stripped transparent stone which was a souvenir from Natalie, whom he was tired of loving though whose love he had not tired of. When Sidar had moved in, like all other urbanites, he had the habit of decorating his walls with cherished pictures and posters. Before long, however, Gaba had rendered this impossible. On the way from Switzerland to Istanbul, the dog had passed out in the train compartment in which he had been leashed, let out a terrible howl as if his flesh was being torn out, and refused to calm down, even though food was placed in front of him every 10 minutes. By the time his paws touched the Istanbul soil, his nerves were so shot that he was too confused to know where to look or who to bark at. Finally, when stuck in this tiny flat, he had developed the habit of attacking the walls and started to chew any kind of paper he could find, due to hunger or irritability induced by love of his homeland. In desperation, Sidar had then begun to move his pictures and posters a bit higher. Yet a bit higher could not be high enough for Gaba, whose height, when standing up, was taller than the Turkish national average. Bit by bit, all pictures and posters escaping Gaba's sharp teeth, like refugees heading for the hills to flee from the warfare in their country, kept constantly climbing north to finally transcend the boundary of the wall, rushing all together into the lands of the ceiling. Sidar had enjoyed this unexpected innovation so much that he had expanded the business over time and filled his topmost part with all types of visual and written material he held dear. Lately, this daily increasing bedlam had, like a vigorous vine, started to branch out into the kitchen ceiling on the one side and the bathroom ceiling on the other. When stretched out on his back onto the only sofa in the living room with a rolled cigarette in hand, Sidar would fix his eyes on the ceiling for hours. While the smoke circulated in his blood full speed, the ceiling would acquire an astounding vivacity. At such times, Wittgenstein's black and white picture reddened, as the philosopher's face blushed, the miniature figures in the cartoons of Selçuk hopped and jumped around the ceiling, Spider-Man dangled from a thread climbing up and down, the coronas in Blake's drafts started to blink as if relaying messages in code, Carrington's hairless magician melted into his own image and disappeared, Goya's bogeyman all of a sudden took the white sheet off to reveal his face, a cruel smile appeared on the scientific circumciser's face, Hadji's breasts heaved with excitement, the figures on the photograph at the Haydarpasa train station one by one withered away. Before long, Sidar would feel the blood in his veins, as well as the 2 droplets of energy he possessed withdraw from his body, and he'd abandon himself in a woozy, puffy sea of ecstasy. When Gaba too came along and curled under his legs, the flat too and its 2 inhabitants, swimming in composure, would form one flawless whole. There existed only one thing that Sidar enjoyed ruminating: death. He did not do so consciously. In fact, consciousness was not at all the issue here, for he didn't invite the thoughts, rather they flocked to his mind on their own. His obsession with death was not a choice, he had been like this since childhood. He found death neither scary enough to grieve, nor grievous enough to be scared of. All he wanted was to understand it fully, truly. Whenever he met new people, before anything else, it was their attitudes towards death that would arouse his curiosity, whether they were scared of death or not. Had lost someone close, had someone die before their eyes, had ever felt they could kill someone, did they believe in the afterlife? There were so many questions he had to ask, but seldom could. He had long before succumbed to the convention that he must hold his tongue on this particular subject. However, whether he could fall in love with a woman or not, feel comfortable at someone's house, liked a character in a film, how he regarded the author of a book he read, what he thought of the singers he listened to, it all depended on their relation with death. He could appreciate some bastard solely because he had died beautifully, or just as well turn up his nose at a dignified person if he had met an ordinary end. Since his interest kept whipping up his knowledge, and his knowledge his interest, Sidar possessed a magnificent archive of death in his mind. He never forgot where and how book characters, film stars, national heroes, philosophers, scientists, poets, and especially murderers had died. This curiosity of his had cost him dearly. At high school, wherein all his history teachers hated him, Alexander the Great, oh yeah, he met his end with such a debauched illness, he either burst or, after a 2-day-long feast thrown in his honor, got diarrhea. His interventions in the philosophy class were no different, but in his letters to Voltaire, the same Rousseau had mentioned with gratitude the Lisbon earthquake that killed hundreds of people. Such occasional cleanings, he thought, were necessary in terms of population quantity and quality. The nuggets of knowledge Sidar thus scattered would wreak havoc at each lesson. Upon learning Alexander had breathed his last due to diarrhea, his greatness tended to wane and his reputation dwindled considerably. In the students' minds, Rousseau turned into a modern-age terrorist while his philosophy fell on deaf ears. When confronted by death, the credibility of a religious scholar notorious for advising his disciples constant abstinence, who himself could not make it to the morning after a night of gorging, the respectability of a well-esteemed elderly politician taking his last breath in the nuptial bed the same night he took a new wife half his age, the command of an Ottoman sultan who raided taverns hunting and hanging all those who drank even a drop of wine only to meet his own end through cirrhosis, and the esteem of a scientist squished like a bug while trying to cross a street. Without looking, all perished drastically. The deaths of the East were at least as preposterous as those of the West. In fact, death itself was preposterous. Since you seem to be paying no attention to my third and final warning, could you please step outside the classroom? His teachers never shared his views. Each time he would be thrown out of the classroom, but unlike all the other male students who were ejected from the classroom, he would never become a hero in the eyes of the female students. Probably because girls, just like the teachers, did not find death preposterous. Sidar had expected things to be different in Turkey. After all, dying was easier here, deaths occurred in larger numbers and life was shorter. Alas! Hard as he tried, his remarks on death were largely dismissed. At first he suspected it was because of his Turkish, perhaps he could not properly express himself. However, due to the dogged efforts of his mother, who had worked as a Turkish teacher until the day they were forced to escape out of the country, and who had been worried her son would become alienated from his native tongue through being carried away not only by the French but also the Kurdish his father had tried incompetently to teach him, the long years Sidar spent away from Turkey had caused his Turkish to regress only a couple of steps. The issue was not how he expressed himself but what he expressed. Sidar had detected a number of differences between Switzerland and Turkey on the subject of death, and each point was written on a tiny piece of paper among the bedlam on the ceiling. 1. People in Turkey did not like death to be brought up as a subject, just like in Switzerland. 2. Whenever people in Turkey brought up death, they talked about the actual dead rather than the insubstantial idea of death, somewhat different from Switzerland. 3. People in Turkey were not able to distinguish death as something abstract, quite different from Switzerland. Yet Istanbul, unlike its inhabitants, was not a bit bothered about the allusions to death. On no account did she shun the subject. At one of the lessons he had not been thrown out of, Sidar had listened attentively to how in the West the fools were put on ships and sent away from the cities. He likened the cemeteries in Switzerland to those ships with unwanted passengers, albeit with one difference: they had cast anchor, unable to drift away. All the same, they were just as much insulated from city life. One could go visit the cemeteries at any time, but the graves themselves often disembarked to become a part of the city. However, Istanbul had either forgotten to assign its ships to the graves, or the graves had escaped from their ships to disperse into the streets with turbans on their heads and marble stones on their arms. They were everywhere, scattered all over the city like pollen strewn by the wind. At the corners where local markets were set up every week, in the midst of shopping malls, in swarming streets, on roads off the beaten track, in fields where the children played, on slopes overlooking the sea, in courtyards of dervish lodges, next to walls, hills, hedges, far and wide they popped up in front of the people in the shape of a tombstone, vault, or numerous graves squeezed in between apartment buildings. Pedestrians passed them by as they strolled, scurried, promenaded, shopped. In this city, the dead resided side by side with the living. Hence, after a 13-year interval, Sidar had spent his first year in Istanbul discovering graves and cemeteries. Sometimes he would consciously stroll around desolate neighborhoods for this purpose alone. At some other times he would accidentally come across a cemetery and wander off into it. Walking around non-Muslim cemeteries had proved to be far more difficult than the Muslim ones, since almost all of the former were surrounded by towering walls and were closed except on certain days. Once, when in the garden of a Greek church, he had asked what the relief of strewn pomegranate seeds on a tombstone meant and what the writing under it was. The custodian had hopelessly bobbed his head from side to side. He could not read a single word of Greek. Anyhow, he was not Greek but a Gregorian Armenian. For years he had worked at this church during the week and went for religious service to his own church on weekends. Since that encounter, Sidar had stopped presuming that all the people he saw in the Greek cemeteries in Istanbul were Greek, the ones in the Jewish cemeteries Jewish, or the Assyrian ones all Assyrians. With their low walls and permanently open gates, the Muslim cemeteries were easier to roam. Most of these were badly neglected. It was as if it was not the lives of Muslims that were mortal, but rather their cemeteries. Especially the more recent ones gave the impression that they might at any moment get up and migrate somewhere else. Sidar had until now met all sorts of people while walking around these places. Course guards, men who read the Quran for money by the graves, slovenly kids with pitchers in their hand, who followed the visitors to fork out some money, those who came with all their family and filled baskets as if for a picnic, those who arrived alone and were for hours lost in thought, drunks who imbibed nearby at night, pickpockets who mushroomed wherever there was a crowd, clairvoyants, with young, old, urban and rural women as followers. Over time he had learned to differentiate them. The habitual visitors of the Muslim cemeteries fell in two groups: those who came to leave a trace and those who came to follow some sort of lead. The former visited their relatives at regular intervals and then departed, leaving behind their prayers, tears, pitchers full of water and flowers. These were harmless, self-contained people when compared to the latter. Those who came to follow some lead or another were rather sinister. They came to steal goods, milk people out of their money, cast a spell, gather signs. That is, they came to get something from the cemeteries and did not leave until they got what they had come for. Those who acquired a profession, wealth, status, or a past from the cemeteries were included in this group, as were all soothsayers, the insane, thieves, and also Canadian gynecologists. He had met the Canadian gynecologist and his charming wife, who did not seem to have any knowledge whatsoever about either Turkey or the Turks, at one of the Muslim cemeteries while they were searching the grave of the man's Turkish grandmother. The young couple had gone around for hours with a cemetery guard eager to help, and as they were on their way out to try their luck at another graveyard, Sidar had not been able to resist asking why they had undertaken such an endeavor. "So that I have a family tree to give to my future children," the young man had said, his eyes shining. Meanwhile his wife, as if holding the thing called the family tree in their hands, had softly crossed her fingers on her breast and smiled as she lifted her hands up like branches. Sidar had remembered the brass picture frame in the shape of a tree at their house, one of the few pieces they had taken with them when they escaped from Turkey. It could fit a total of 10 photographs, in round frames, big as plums, hung from 5 separate branches, 2 on each one. His mother had somehow decided to hang here the pictures of all the family members, starting with her own mother and father, as filling out all the frames had become a problem, as they were unable to reach 10 in this manner. They instead exceeded this number by leaps and bounds upon the inclusion of distant relatives. To solve the issue, the photographs of the 2 cousins they loved the most were included. As the frames were too small, each photograph had to be carefully cropped, leaving only a tiny head behind. The heads of the family members had swung on that brass frame for years like the fruits of the mythical vakvak tree, with fruit shaped like humans that, upon being plucked, rotted away in screams. "I do not share the same blood as you. My birth into your family is just a coincidence. I am one of those children who are given life to rock to sleep. The fear of mortality. I am one of those children you abandoned to produce yet another one upon realizing you still could not escape death. I scatter my semen to the ground. I do not want to fertilize anyone, and, that being the only way not to end by chance lives started by chance, I bless not you, but suicide." His interest in death had incited further rebukes from Istanbulites. The people he consulted, instead of giving him an answer, almost always counseled him to recite the opening chapter of the Quran. This he did not do, as he did not know how to recite anyhow, and not only did he not know much about Islam, he did not intend to learn anything either. He did not think that any religion had the right to expect obedience from him as long as it continued to ban suicide. Still, he was not as ignorant about Islam as he thought. Every now and then, he realized he knew things he didn't even know he had learned. For memory is like a cyclist going downhill fast against the wind. All sorts of knowledge carried by the wind hangs onto you, gets inside your mouth or into your hair, and sticks to your skin. Bits and pieces of prayers, the pillars of Islam, sections from the Prophet's life, he knew all these, though rather feebly. They say that any language learnt as a child will never be forgotten. Sidar was not so sure about that, but he could easily defend the claim that the religion learnt as a child will never be forgotten. When he walked around the cemeteries, he was forced to leave Gaba at the gates. Upon his return, he found him either snoring away or eating a simit. off the guard's hand. As he was penniless and also because the minibus, where cab drivers were largely unwilling to let Gaba in, they often returned home on foot. Neither did they pay anyone a visit, nor did anyone visit them. With one exception. Only once had they entertained a guest in their house, and a female to boot. Sidar had met her at one of the bars on Istiklal Street. She was the friend of a friend of a friend he had recently met. Other than her coppery hair, the girl had two instantly noticeable characteristics: her eyes and a talent to imbibe beer like a sponge. When the bar had closed down late at night, on her own she had followed Sidar to Bonbon Palace. Once inside, she had scrutinized the flat in a vain attempt to find an item that could be a rapport between the guest and the host. There was no object to talk about. Thank goodness there was Gaba. Spotting the hazelnut wafer the girl offered him out of her purse, Gaba had sprinted toward her, rolling like a ball of fur. Like all burly creatures, he was unaware of more refined techniques of expressing his love. The two of them had tumbled around the floor together in some sort of a game invented there. And then, meanwhile, Sidar had watched them from aside, scowling at Gaba's unexpected vigor and ogling at the girl's belly appearing every time her t-shirt slid up a bit. Then suddenly, like the men in the tales of 1,001 Nights, who go mad with anger when the woman they had their eyes on is interested not in them but in an animal, he had interrupted the game, chased Gaba away and drawn the girl to himself. Just like her belly, her breasts too were milky white. They shivered when kissed. Shut in the bathroom, Gaba had stumbled headfirst from the crest of glee he had climbed just a moment ago. After a while, his bewildered barks had turned first into angry growls and finally into an endless howl. As the girl had shared his sorrow, Sidar had the most spoiled sex ever, coming in castrated ecstasy. When the door opened, Gaba had refused to move an inch, lying there down by the toilet, indifferent and immobile, as if hadn't been him scratching the door and making all that noise all this time. There he stayed that day, the following day and the day after that. Desperate to win his heart, Sidar had bought his favorite foods, sacrificing part of the money put aside for the electricity bill. Gaba had reluctantly smelt the meat, cheese and sausages placed in front of him and remained glued to his spot by the toilet, all the while shooting daggers with his eyes. Only 3 days later, upon sniffing the roasted rabbit that had cost the rest of the money Sidar had put aside for the electricity bill, had Gaba finally returned to his old self. Sidar listened to his dog slurping and munching with a grin on his face as if listening to enchanting compliments. The fear of losing Gaba had been so unnerving that he had decided never again to bring another guest into this house. He had remained true to his word. Meddling in love affairs did not match the life he led anyway. One needed a decent life for such things. It required time, money, and energy. He had no money. His energy was limited. As for time, it was becoming short. To dodge his fixation with death, the year 2002 seemed an appropriate time, through its completing a circle, by moving from the nothingness of 0 to the amplitude of 2 only to follow the same path back, and the earthquake-ridden Istanbul, which smelt as rankly of death as 18th century Lisbon, seemed the most appropriate place. Inside his head, just at the spot where he kept banging on the dirty, dusty pipe crossing the living room, Sidar carried his rage like a malignant tumor fattening day by day, making plans to die soon.